Great, thank you. Motion carries. We start with a delegation, and we have with us today, I believe it's Karen Halliday, but I will go to the CAO first. Go ahead, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So yes, indeed, we do have a delegation. We've been talking about the septic assessments for temporary use permits and vacation rentals for a while now. We had it at committee on February 3rd. We had it back on the 17th, and it was deferred until today. And really what we're talking about is we have this system in our official community plans that says our methodology for regulating vacation rentals is through a temporary use permit. So we can do them for certain periods of time, and we can put conditions on them. And that seems to be working for us. We don't have the capability of issuing business licenses because that's not available to regional districts. So the temporary use permit seems to be working. And really our aim on this is that if we get a complaint from adjacent residents, that we have a tool that we can use to enforce regulations onto the vacation rentals, all stemming from a long time ago in Naramata. But what we want to do now, because we have this regulation, this policy, and we have a policy saying that when we get a temporary use permit, we have to be capable of providing water and wastewater, or the property owner does, to suit that need. But we don't have any regulations as to what that means in our procedure bylaw. So it doesn't tell us what sort of documentation we have to approve wastewater treatment provision for a vacation rental. So that's what we're talking about today. And right now, because we don't have those rules, we pretty well accept anything. An applicant could come in with just proof that they've had their tank emptied lately. And then on the other hand, we have some applicants that come in with a full registered on-site wastewater practitioner assessment. We're trying to narrow down what it is the board's interested in requiring. And there are some regulations around this. It's a self-monitoring profession. So that's why we have our delegation today. Karen Halliday is a role. But I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Garish first, Mr. Chair, and then he'll have some stuff to add in.
Okay, if I could interrupt for just a second. I see Director Knodel is online now, so he could take over chairing this one. I'll turn it over to Rick, and he can turn it over to Chris to go ahead.
Please carry on, Mr. Gary.
So yeah, with me today here in the room, we have Karen Halliday, and so I'm cognizant of time. I'll just pass it over to Karen.
If you can turn up the volume so we can hear you, please.
Okay, we're working on the volume thing. I'll try to talk a bit louder. I'll pass it over to Karen. Hopefully you guys can hear her.
Getting better.
Okay, excellent. We good?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. So without further ado, I'll let Karen take over and just give an overview. And then we're happy to take questions from committee members afterwards.
Hi, I'm Karen Halliday. I've been working in this industry for about 32 years now. I am part of the group that did the edits for the standard practice manual, which we're on version 3 currently. I am also a designer. I install, and I've been a part of probably every part of this industry in BC. I've worked all the way from Ackland to Victoria, and mostly I work in the Okanagan Valley and the Smilkmead. So hopefully I can answer you guys' questions. The same questions keep coming up over and over, which is really common. And I commend you guys all for making such an effort on this, because it is actually a very important issue. It's a regulation that has been in place for 17 years. And people feel it's very new, and it's been here for a very long time. And it's based on public health protection, which is protecting the water. People believe that failure is bubbling up out of the ground, and they usually see that as the only failure. And that's not actually the case. Much of our failure is in effluent not being treated properly and getting into the groundwater. So it's an important issue. So I'm hopefully can answer your questions.
Thank you. Damn it. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the panel?
Director Obrick in the boardroom here.
Go ahead, Director.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I have two questions, and thank you for that introduction of information. My first question, and I heard you say it's public health focused, and to me that's real important. 17 years, that's important. But this is a provincial law that should be followed. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
And my second question, you may or may not be familiar, but in my area D, we have had a private for-profit wastewater treatment plant that has been in non-compliance for 20 years now. And Ministry of Environment did reports, I've seen them, non-compliance. In 2019, we had a failure. The property, which was an orchard where the effluent field was located, the orchard owner noticed a bubbling crude, and not the Beverly Hills kind, not black gold. It was a different kind of crude that was bubbling in the effluent. There's a complicated history here. At the current time, Ministry is taking enforcement action, and we have an order on our planning department. I've got many community members calling me, crying, upset. They can't build, they can't get permits. And this is an example, I think, of what can happen when you don't comply with public health and safety rules. And indeed, my understanding of the risk is that when we don't comply, we are facing the risk of a Walkerton type failure, one that was considered absolutely preventable, that cost $72 million in compensation, community under 5,000, 7 died, 2,300 sick, many seriously. I just want to ask you, is my understanding correct? Is that what these public health rules are for, is to prevent that kind of serious harm?
Yes, I'm very familiar with vintage views. In fact, I've worked with the environment on it in many ways. It's something that people tried to fix it, the owners of it tried to fix it on their own without any professionals. They brought professionals in, they've done a lot of work, they fired them. They stored effluent in ponds, unbeknownst to everybody, and actually lied to people about it. It is an extremely scary situation what they did. It varies greatly from one to another. There are ones like that go on that are very small scale. This was bigger scaled, so, and the news caught it, so it became prominent in the papers and stuff like that, right? So it definitely is a big issue.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the panel?
Director Gettens in the boardroom.
Director Gattens, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm, Karen, are the regulations in place for 17 years regarding Airbnbs and VRBOs?
Yes.
Okay, and then can you just explain how you check a septic system to make sure it's okay to be rented out for a few weeks?
complicated questions that people want simple answers for, but the most basic ways are based on flow, so capacity. So a residence, for instance, a 3-bedroom home has a design flow of 1,300 liters a day. That 3 bedrooms with a vacation rental has a much different design flow. So it's capacity, how it's being used. It has much different characteristics. It's has huge peak flows. So reviewing it isn't as simple as you think sometimes, and sometimes it is. But the starting point is to find if there's paperwork on file and what the capacity is, the flow rates. And then you can look at a building such as that 3-bedroom home, and you can say, okay, it was designed for this amount. It can be used for a vacation rental for this many people, because they're vastly different. Does that help?
Director Gibb?
Yeah, I think so. I guess what I'm struggling with, Karen, is that, I have a septic system, and we've talked about this quite a bit at the board. And
Yes.
just about how much work you put into your septic system and you care for your septic system. And I think when we're talking about failures, like what Director Albrecht was talking about, I think that's a big leap from what we're talking about here with rentals of our homes when we're out of our homes. So that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, are we over regulating to the point where we're not going to get anybody participating in this? And are we asking too much for renting out our homes for a couple of weeks? And I respect absolutely your expertise on it, but when we say there's huge differences in consumption or flow, I don't know. Like I feel like when people are here, they're out and about, they're on the beach, they're doing their thing, they're not doing laundry and washing floors and everything else. So that's my struggle, is if we're over regulating to the point where we won't get anybody coming out at all. And so that's why I was asking. So I am, I guess, looking for a simple answer, because we have to explain it to the citizens why we're asking them to do it. And that's what I'm struggling with. Thanks, Jeff.
I come across this all the time. Renting your home for a couple of weeks is completely different than these houses that are being renovated and people that are doing it year round. There's some people doing it for a number of months, like the RDOS is looking for a certain amount of months. It is hugely different how those are. 2 weeks a year isn't going to make much difference. If you want to put rules around it being 2 weeks a year, then really it's not a big deal. But the majority of people are not doing it that way, and it's changing rapidly. It is changed rapidly in the last 5 years of what we've seen in vacation rentals and how many people and how long they're doing it for. And people test drive it with a couple of weeks here, a couple of months there, and then as it goes well, they add more. It is like a mortgage helper for a home, a suite, a house with a suite. This is now a mortgage helper. Sorry.
That's okay, Chair. If I just have one quick follow-up, because what I'm hearing then is that it's maybe a bit different from those who are renting out their primary homes compared to those who are buying up properties and renting them out full time. I can definitely see why we might want something different. If I want to rent my house out for a couple of weeks, different. If I want to go and buy a couple of properties and then rent them out for short-term rentals rather than a long-term renter, maybe we need 2 different processes for those types of businesses. Thanks.
If I can respond to that.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, there are huge differences. There's not a lot of people necessarily having primary homes. Many people in our areas, whether it be out in Costin or out in Naramata or in Falder, many people are moving from one home to another. They have more than one home. So what their primary home is hard to define.
Thank you. Director Coyne, I saw your hand briefly waved. Did you have a question, sir?
I don't know if it's a question or more of a comment. I've talked to a few people about this, and the situation that keeps coming up is when you go and ask your septic tank professional, which we have 3 of, I believe, operating here right now. None of them full-time. And they all say the same thing. Yeah, I'll put in a new septic system. They won't do an inspection because they're not going to put their name on it and say that it's working or it's not working. So their standard answer is, yeah, we'll put in a new system for you. And that's kind of what people are running up against. And the other comment would be, there are multiple places here that people do use, have bought their properties as investment properties, and they're only used as vacation rentals. And a couple of weeks a year, they use it for themselves. The other ones are folks, exactly like Director Gettens mentioned, that with the increasing tax burdens and whatnot that people are finding with their homes, that they rent their houses out for 2 or 3 weeks of summer to pay their taxes. And I would really hate to see them lose that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Director Kozakovich, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Karen, for speaking with us today. I agree with the comments by Director Gettens, and you know, I understand what Director Obrick's saying about Walkerton, but that to me is a bit not quite the same. That was gross negligence, and if we had 1 or 2 systems fail in Naramata, and that actually ended up, you know, getting to the lake and into our water intake system, and our system on McKay Road failed, or staff were not properly, you know, testing water there, I'd have some greater concerns that could cause, you know, severe issues by having 1 or 2 systems fail. At the same time, we don't want any systems to fail. My concern is that we're going to have folks, if we regulate more and increase costs, they're not going to do it. They're not even going to come get the vacation rental permit. They're just going to go ahead and try and fly under the radar. When I look at B&Bs versus vacation rentals, and many years ago, I've done both, so I have experience with both. The vacation rentals, when a family leaves a home and a new family comes in, it can very much be the same flow rate, or it can actually be less, because usually those families are out for the day, they're at the beach, they're visiting local attractions, they're out for dinner. They can actually be using the system less. And with B&Bs, you have turnover every night or every 2 nights. You're doing more laundry, you're washing more towels and bedding, you're putting more down the system. So I wanted to state that, because we don't regulate the B&Bs, yet we're going to add more regulations to vacation rentals. And I think we need to take some time and figure out what is the best route to go, and not scare people away from getting permits in the first place, and trying to comply with rules and regs. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kozakovich. Any other questions from our board? I cannot see the boardroom, Director Pendergraft. Can you?
Yeah, Director Obrick has got his hand up here now, if you want to go to him.
If you would, please, Director Obrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in response to Director Coyne's experience, our experience in Area D is quite different. We've had a number of TUP applications come before the Advisory Planning Commission. I think Director Coyne may have said they've never had a single one out there. I think obeying the law is important, even provincial health and safety laws. I think that's real important. But I am not aware of the experience that he's had. The TUP applications that I've seen, the owners care about the safety and the environment. They put their septic systems into good order. I'm familiar of one that the owners spent $40,000 roughly upgrading their septic system because it wasn't in good order. But the rules, and I don't make those rules, but I think they have a purpose, and they're worthy of being mindful of. And I agree with Director Kozakovich. We need to find the right balance here. But I think we also have to be real careful when we're dealing with something so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Olbrich. Any other questions from the board or comment? Director Kazakovich, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just one further comment. If we decide as a board to go the route that's going to be more expensive for applicants with their septic system, then I would strongly suggest we revisit the rates we've put in place for temporary use permits, and those potentially need to be adjusted down because folks are going to be paying over $3,000 to apply. $3,200 to get a permit for 1 year to prove that you're doing things right. Then you renew, and do you have to pay $3,000 or more again? It's just going to turn people off. That over $6,000 in a year and a half is just, it's not going to work. So I think we do need to revisit what we're going to charge for temporary use permits if we increase fees for what people have to do with their septic systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kazakovich. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I do have my comment. I agree with Director Gettens, Director Kazakovich. Comparing a multi-use system that would be used in a subdivision is not really, it's apples and oranges. And comparing Walkerton, which was a failure in a manure system, and also a failure in a commercial water treatment system, really doesn't bear relevance here. I do see a lot of places where this type of inspection would have a use, but I will not point the gun at them. That's for a committee to look at, but I don't see it as being particularly useful in this incidence for vacation rentals, other than buildings that are dedicated vacation rentals. And as Director Gettens pointed out, that's a considerably different animal in this area. What we do see, especially in Area C, and I'm not sure, I can't speak for areas D or A, but there's not so much dedicated houses being purchased for that purpose, but people that are not in their homes for a period of time and desire to make some income. So I'm still quite questionable on this, but there are places where this legislation definitely should be looked at, but I'm not sure that this is the place to be. That being said, now that I've had my piece, has anyone else got a comment at this point? Seeing none, I'd like to thank the delegate for her input, and we move on to the second part of this, the septic system assessment. Director, or pardon me, Mr. Knoll, would you care to enlighten us?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so basically that was the presentation. Maybe what we'll do is we do have a recommendation for consideration, but I know committee discussed different options at the last meeting. Maybe what we can do is get Mr. Garish to just run through the various options that you discussed previously. Somebody can determine if we have enough information to put a recommendation from committee up to the board. So I would suggest we turn this over to Mr. Garish again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newell. Mr. Garish, please.
Sure, thank you, Chair. And I'll actually pass it over to Danielle just to remind the board on the different options that you have before you today.
Thank you. So there's 3 options that are still on the table from last meeting. The first being the more complicated option that we showed you the very first time we brought this to the Planning and Development Committee. That one, it checks the system and confirms the capacity as well as locating it on the property. And then on renewal would have a maintenance person inspect it or function after having a year of vacation renters in there. The second option is a simplified version of that only pulls the records and looks at the capacity to confirm that the existing system could handle some number of vacation renters. And then the third option is if this is something that the committee is not interested in pursuing any further, having this recommendation then removed from the OCP, because it is a recommendation we have in the OCP right now to confirm septic systems while we're assessing a vacation rental temporary use permit.
Says the connection's muted.
You have a
Unmuted.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Garish, do you have anything to add to that?
I don't. That was a good overview from Mr. Breeze.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions from the board?
Director Olbrich in the boardroom?
Director Olbrich, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question through the chair is the administrative recommendation option number 1?
Mr. Garish, please.
Sure, I'll just get Danielle to confirm that.
Yes, that is the administrative recommendation.
Then I'd like to make a motion of following the administrative recommendation option number 1.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? I'm not seeing a seconder.
Director Gettens in the boardroom seconding.
Oh,
Thank you, Chair.
thank you. Director Gettens. Are there any
I'd like to
questions?
speak to that.
And so would I.
Are there any?
The mover and seconder would also like to speak to it. So.
Very good, please. Go ahead, mover.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Last meeting, we went through option 2 and option 3 and both failed, so I thought we should give option 1 a chance. And I've said enough, so I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Director Gettens, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just seconded to get the conversation going. I won't support option number 1. I think that we are making this way too complicated. I just looked up at the city of Penticton. Their short-term rentals is for a maximum 1 month. I think the TUP process is, I know it's the only process that we have, but I think we need to put this back to committee and figure out how we're gonna do this, because I think I agree with what everyone said before. We're charging too much and we're asking too much for those who are renting up their homes for a couple of weeks compared to those who are buying up properties and renting them out for short-term rentals, but long-term. So I won't support this motion.
Thank you, Director Gettens. Are there any other comments on this?
Director Olbrich in the boardroom?
Once again, Director Hobart, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in response to Director Gettens' excellent distinction with the city of Penticton, those members of this board will recall that I have spoken more than once to the need for us, after roughly 8 or more years. I think it's time for us to review and update our TUP bylaw to a better and best practice. Lots of community concern in my area on this issue. Our advisory planning commission has made recommendation, and we are not the city of Penticton. We do not have the same bylaw. And so the distinction is wonderful, and I do appreciate it. But I think this speaks to a different issue, one that we are not getting to because we don't have capacity to address a very important concern. And of course, when we review that TUP bylaw, which I certainly will press one day we should do, then we can revisit these particulars which are relevant to the public health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Olbrich. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none on my panel, I will call the question, please. All in favor? I see 1 in favor. All opposed?
Motion fails.
Ms. Malden, do we need a full count on the negatives?
bylaw says we do, so if everybody just doesn't mind holding up their hands there for a minute again, and I'll capture them as quickly as I can.
This is for what?
Administrative recommendation.
Opposed?
I can't see 18 of the hands, so I think motion carries.
Yeah, there we go.
Everybody got wrong. Everyone got wrong.
Mark, could we make a motion to review the TUP? Is that a?
That would be a notice of motion, if you want to
Thank
bring
you.
that forward.
I think I captured them all.
Okay, that being said, is there anyone that would care to make a follow-up motion? Or further motion? Director Gettens, I believe you were almost there.
Yep, I got my hand up.
Yeah, she's got her hand up. Go ahead.
Go, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think we should defer this and have this come back to committee so we can differentiate between those that are renting out longer term compared to those who are renting out their house for a few weeks. And like as Director Kozakovich said, take a look at the costs that we're doing because this is getting a little bit too much, I think.
Thank you.
So I'll defer.
Seconder, Director Robinson. Any questions or comments on this? Any from, Director Coyne, please?
Yeah, what are we deferring? We already voted, so I'm kind of at a loss here what we're deferring. Thank you.
The motion, the alternative one was brought forward and failed. We're now bringing forward a motion to send this back to committee. Did that answer your question, Director Coyne?
Sure.
That sounded convincing. Thank you, sir. Any other, Director Coyne, please?
I'm just wondering why we're sending it back to committee if it continues to fail. Are we going to continue to spend staff time on this, or?
I believe part of the motion is to make a decision on whether it should apply to a separate type of vacation rental. There are various types. There are buildings that are dedicated to that. And I believe that's the direction that Director Gettens is taking. Would you care to comment, Director Gettens?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I agree with that. And I also think staff needs some direction so they know what to request if we are going to request septic, some kind of documentation that septic systems are healthy, and staff are getting all these different types of documentations. We have to give them some direction as to what to accept and what not to accept.
Thank you,
We have Director Holmes and Director Obrick in the boardroom.
Director Holmes, please.
Yeah, I think the point is that the issue is bigger than just septic systems for short-term rentals. The issue is the short-term rental policy and how that's applied, and then which septic systems is part of that, because not all short-term rentals are the same. I think that's what's being said here. And so I think you need to look at the short-term rental policy before you can then before you put a blanket requirement for specifics to all the, if you look at them all, they're not all the same. So you have to look at it that way, I think.
Thank you very much for the distinction, Director Holmes. Director Obrick, please.
Oh, yes, and thank you to the chair. I was simply going to, in the spirit of reciprocity, I wanted to second Director Gettens' motion. I think she is correct that a little more work by staff may be necessary. If this was easy, we would have figured it out already. So I think there's room here for a little more work. And indeed, it is complicated when we're not following provincial health and safety regulations, and administration is recommending that we do so, and we have concerns about cost. I mean, there's a lot of detail here that sounds like a little more work might actually help us come to a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Obrick. Mr. Garish, I see a hand from your room there.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to provide some additional information for the board, just because of what I thought I heard in terms of the resolution. When vacation rental permits are issued, we're generally giving people the ability to operate between a set period of time. So say April to September. We have no information on the frequency of vacation rentals occurring on those properties in that period. We don't know if it's the whole 6-month period or if it's only a 2-week period within that 6-month period. So that information just simply isn't available to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. As a comment to that, would it be possible to do some tweaks to the bylaw to see that kind of information?
Well, I mean, we would have to canvass vacation rental operators and see their willingness to provide information. I don't know how statistically valid it would be, and it would take some time and effort. It's potentially possible, I suppose.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the panel? All right, we have a motion on the floor to send this back to committee or back to staff for a rethink on how it's done. It's been seconded. Seeing no more questions, I'll call the question, please. All in favor? Ms. Malden, do you want to do a count?
If you ask who's opposed, we can record that.
Fair enough. Thank you. All opposed?
I have 3 opposed, so the motion carries.
And Director Johansson in the boardroom was also opposed, just for the minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings to the end the Planning and Development Committee. I'm looking for to adjourn. Director Bush, Director Coyne Jr., all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Back to Chair Pendergraft, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Knodel. We will call the Corporate Services Committee to order. We have a proposed agenda, so looking for a motion to approve that agenda. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. First item on the agenda is the COVID-19 Safe Restart reconciliation of funds and carry forward amounts. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we have to do a reconciliation for the province on our COVID funds, as does every local government. So we thought we'd bring it into committee just to give you an update as well. Committee will recall in 2021, the province came out with, for us, 3 programs. The first one was the original COVID-19 funding agreement that gave incorporated communities more money than regional districts, and everybody complained. And so they came out with a second one. So those first 2 are basically the same grant. It's just that we got a larger share afterwards. So that is 2 of them, and then the province came out a little later in 2021 with a 3rd one. So overall, the regional district got $1,644,652, and then the first 2 programs we get up front just as a lump sum. The 3rd one is based on submission of invoices, so a different funding mechanism on that. Mr. Sfino has given you a breakdown along with this report. There's a breakdown of how the funds were allocated by the board and where we are as far as expenditures at the end of 2021, and then what's being carried forward into 2022. So I believe he's broken it down by the service that they were attributed to, the project itself, and then the revenue that's either being expended or being carried forward. So, and he's captured all of that in the 22 budget. So at this point, Mr. Chair, that was just for information. If there are any questions, I'm sure Mr. Safino would be happy to comment.
Okay, is there any questions from the board on this? I'm seeing no hands. So we'll move on to item C, which is eScribe and WebEx. Again, CAO.
So at the last meeting, I indicated there were a few issues that we had in the queue that we wanted to get up to committee, but we hadn't had time earlier in the year. One of them was just to do a hot wash on how WebEx is working out in more of the rural areas of the regional district. I know there's been some concerns about the use of WebEx at APCs or recreation commissions. So we're going to have Mr. Francisco talk about that, or at least respond to questions. And then the other is the introduction of eScribe, which is the board software that we've been had in use now. And I know there's some issues with that as well. So Ms. Malden is prepared to discuss that. So, and I'm not sure how they organize this, Mr. Chair. So we'll turn it over to Mr. Francisco and Ms. Malden, and they can present on that.
Okay, I will let them go at it. Do you want to start, Mr. Francisco?
I don't see Christy's video, so I'll start. In regards to WebEx, it's a conferencing platform, so we've been hearing some issues or joining different APCs. I've attended hundreds of meetings, not just on WebEx, but on GoToMeeting, on Teams, on Zoom. They're practically all the same. The one thing I can tell with WebEx is we have lots of troubleshooting tools in the back end. So I've been going and following up when I get notified of issues with some of the either APC meetings or people not getting in or doing sessions with them, private sessions, and we find out that it's just more or less it's been user error. Sometimes we run into bandwidth issues. RDOS does not have great rural connectivity. So because of that, that's going to affect many platforms, and it affects it many times of the day. One thing I want to make people aware of is that when I connect and look at all of the logs of all of the meetings from every WebEx, many people are connecting via Wi-Fi. That is just so variable from hour to hour, minute to minute. You could be on a meeting one day and then your kids start streaming Netflix or something. Wi-Fi is so variable, we prefer to have a wired connection. But that's for any kind of conferencing platform. So what we can do is we can actually go back and look and see, hey, that computer was doing a bunch of things. That's why I was having trouble, not necessarily the system. Out of all the meetings in the last 2.5 years I've gone across, there's been one time where WebEx data center actually went down. That was it. So a lot of the connections aren't necessarily based on the service that we're getting. It's based on the end client and not necessarily the computer, but maybe the connectivity that they have via Wi-Fi or internet. Having said that, there's also a situation where the popularity of Zoom has just had people get it installed once. So many people may have had their daughter or cousin or somebody come along and install the software once. So like any conferencing platform, the software needs to be installed at least once. And if people have been using Zoom for months and months and then they go to use another platform and the person who originally installed their Zoom account may not be around to install their WebEx account, I'm not sure. So we need to follow up some more on the end user training, maybe some videos and something like that. There's nothing stopping us, I'm gonna say per se. It's a little more expensive at the time. Some of these other platforms, most of the security issues have been kind of worked out when it comes to some of the earlier trouble in the pandemic and the days of video conferencing that some of these companies were having. So a lot of that has sorted itself out. They're pretty much on par for features. 1 week, one vendor has a little bit new feature, another week, another vendor has a feature. So what we'd like to do is really start developing some kind of feedback. If there's issues, if I need to attend APC meetings, work with groups, commission groups, do some more just in service, not just because of WebEx, but just in general, video conferencing there's a lot of pieces here. Like right now with our hybrid meeting, there's a lot of challenges behind the scene that we're undertaking. For instance, this room in the boardroom right now has 5 open microphones. It's very difficult for the people online to hear sometimes with the little noises that are kind of going on with papers and things like that. So have to mute it, but then make sure that when someone's ready to talk, that everyone in the remote world can hear. So there's a lot of little things we're dealing with, visuals, cameras, especially as we get more complex into the hybrid world. A lot of these things can be solved. We're still waiting on the equipment to come in to help deal with some of these challenges, help with some of the automation, help with some of the controls. So that's to come, but we've been at the mercy of supply chains for so long. When the pandemic hit, this type of equipment wasn't being bought every day. So it literally smothered the industry, and all types of communication conferencing systems just went into backlog because these are not very popular systems, and everyone all of a sudden needed them. So we've still coming out of that. We've gotten most of our stuff, but I still am getting ETAs getting into April. So I have to try and do what I can in the meantime to at least accommodate the hybrid meetings. And I think if there's more issues coming out, we need to know about them. We have all the tools necessary to go see what happened and whether it was an issue. Now, some we've identified we have no way to fix. So if there's a bandwidth issue in one of the rural communities, which we know there are, where their TELUS or Shaw or the local provider really isn't up to snuff, there's really not a lot to do with that, except for possibly some of the things we've been trying lately with the hybrid meetings, where there's maybe a regional building or site that people could gather and go to and take in the remote meeting. You know, that might be another option, different parts of the Smilk community, Okanagan, that we can facilitate. We're experimenting with that a little bit, so that might be an option to help alleviate those areas that have weak internet at the moment. But for us, really, we want the feedback. If there's issues, I haven't heard many, and like I say, when I've gone and addressed them, they get addressed. So it's hard to go fix something when I don't know what's exactly broken. But that's the WebEx piece. If Christy's on, I'll get her to talk a little more about the eScribe piece. There she is. Go ahead, Christy. Oh, any questions on WebEx before I go?
Yeah, there are some. Director Olbrich, go ahead, please.
Get away with that one.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I have a couple comments. And the first is a thank you to Mr. Francisco. He has done amazing work in our area. We have had a number of meetings, APC, Parks and Rec, public open houses on the governance committee, and the list goes on. We have had challenges, many challenges. He has performed above and beyond. It's hard. It's hard on the consultants. It's hard on the community. And I think it's hard on Mr. Francisco. And I just want to say thank you. It's much appreciated. And the second comment is he mentioned rural connectivity. And I think that's the problem. In my area, Area D, we have roughly 2,098 titles, according to the consultant who's been advising us on the governance committee boundary and service review. My information from other experts is that we have 33% of those titles have no connectivity. Of the 67% that remain, many, perhaps a majority, have very poor connectivity. Now, this manifests in these meetings we're having. And I sit there and watch commission members, members of the public. I hear from them. They call me and tell me they're frustrated. They can't hear. They can't connect. They can't stay connected. They have to fiddle and fuddle to get audio, fiddle and fuddle to get, they have to turn their video off. And for those of you, and there's some on this board who have some connectivity issues, when you suffer from them, you really know how frustrating it is. And if you have good connectivity, you probably don't understand the question because you don't have the issue. And so I think for this board in the future, I would ask for help to get us a little better focus on rural connectivity. After all, we're governing rural areas. That's what electoral areas are under the regional district. federation system of governance. I can tell you at FCM conference in 2019, this was a huge issue. I attended a workshop with Director Gettens last roughly March, approximately, maybe May, I forget. And she did a very good question when Jeff Cruikshank from TELUS spoke to this. I think 1.6 or $7 billion of budget. The province has hundreds of millions. She said, how do we get on the list? Good question. And he said, call me. And I did. And I spoke with him. And we've got staff and we've got consultants working on it. But we're not Karameas. We're not Princeton. They have been successful. In 2019, bear with me, 2020, our economic development coordinator, at the time, Robin Irwin, put in an application for a grant, and we failed. And Karameas and Princeton were successful. So when you are a municipality, it's different. When you're rural, we have big problems. And so when I look at the struggles that we have in our community, rural connectivity, massive issue. I've spoken with members of both the federal and provincial governments. They agree that this is not a secret. But at the local level, I think we have to do our share and speak out for our communities, because if we don't do it, well, then maybe we could do better. Thank you.
Okay, Director Monteith.
To the chair, I appreciate that we have learned a lot real quick. This has been a trial by fire with jumping onto these hybrid meetings. I agree with Director Obrick. My community struggled with getting online at times as well. I mean, Director Obrick and I were exchanging recently. I couldn't get into my own APC meeting. I couldn't sign in, and I was in Penticton. So I had, good data, like I could not log in. I got into a meeting recently about the, what one was that? That was the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw, right? Director Obrick, I talked to him right after the meeting. I said, hey, you weren't there. He's like, I thought it was canceled. I tried to get in and I couldn't. I was like, oh, wow, look, the only way I could get in was to actually go in and edit the link that we were sent to take out the HTTP, because I couldn't click on the link. I couldn't enter, I appreciate that we're getting the notifications of all the meetings, because I feel like we can attend more meetings now virtually and we can get into all these things, but sometimes it's almost the passwords don't line up, or sometimes I've had to call Chris Garish to get different password because I couldn't log in. I guess sometimes I'm missing all the information to be able to get into the meetings, and then I get frustrated because I can't. So maybe that's part of my challenge, is that I need to have the information at my disposal so that I can get into the meetings. So just want to share that.
Okay, I see a hand from Director Knodel.
Thank you to the chair. Having just gone through a connectivity problem again this morning, it definitely is unsettling and troubling. Mm-hmm. We have come a very long way. I've noticed my APC meetings have smoothed out considerably, so we're getting better. It's just ironing out the kinks at this point. So my hat's off to Danny, but there's still work to be done to get to the full meal deals, basically. Thank you.
Okay, Director Gettens.
Thank you to the chair. I actually really like the idea of a how-to video that we could share with citizens. When it's an APC, and I've had the same experience of how to go and play around to get into it, and eventually got into it. But when we know the attendees, like an APC, I don't have as much anxiety, but when we're doing a public information meeting and we don't know how many people aren't getting in or have given up just out of frustration, that to me is uncomfortable, because I think that's the rule that we have with Zoom, that Zoom, just because everybody's so used to Zoom. But if we did that how-to video, and just also as a reminder that citizens can phone in as well if they can't connect, then at least they can hear. But just that extra communication piece would be really helpful.
Okay, go ahead, Danny.
So one comment that I wanted to suggest as well is, I've talked to other staff, and I'm not the one that does all the WebEx meetings here. I'm involved in a lot, but a lot of staff, it is a tool that we're trying to empower people to use. Having said that, I realize that just because there's a technology like this, it doesn't mean it can be done by one person. If we have some staff going out and trying to moderate the meeting and do the presentation, and then on top of that, take on the technical or just the actual running of the meeting, because we are talking another piece of logistics It's already being added to a person's plate, let alone when they're trying to make a presentation. So one of the things we're looking at really is from the feedback or from the discussion is that we probably need to add some resources so that it's not just one person or two people trying to run some of these meetings, and get either more staff or some IT involved there to help run these meetings, because there's a lot going on. Even when I do it here, I still have two other people helping me in the back end to deal with issues as they come up, or people get dropped off, we get chat back and forth. That's way too much for a single person to do. I had the unfortunate experience the other day of having to, nothing was working, I had to run the entire meeting. The PowerPoint, the polls, the Q&A, the chat, it's just on a single screen, and it's just too much going on. So to have a good experience, and that's the golden goal here, is a good experience. And that's what we're driving towards. Are we at a good experience yet that I would like to see? No, I know there's a better experience. I know what we need to get there, and I'm waiting for some of our equipment to show up and help with that. But I agree with Director Gettins that we can put out some more training, and also maybe open it up to, this is a new technology for everyone. I don't really expect us to, here's a plane, go fly it. You know, perhaps some more training would be just useful in general. When we talk about video conferencing, there's a lot of techniques to video conferencing that are beneficial across all platforms. So I'm open to also offering any kind of training or kind of a in-service again, either one-on-one or in small groups, where we can get just some more understanding of what this technology is. Because the more just people in general understand what this technology is, I think it's here to stay. Even as pandemic measures start to wane, there will be some form of this moving forward. So it's to, I think, our advantage to understand it and get really good at it. Learn how to drive this new plane, not just by the seat of our pants, but maybe a bit of education along with some videos would help in that stance. Now that we're kind of more familiar with what we need to also produce.
Yeah, thanks for that, Danny. I agree, it's probably here to stay for sure. Director Bush, you have a hand up?
Yes, thanks. I witnessed last night a Parks and Recreation meeting, and I noticed that the sound was really bad. Like Jim Savino, I couldn't hear him at all. Also, the numbers that come up on the sheets and stuff, they're not readable. Like, they're not big enough. And people with small laptops or whatever, I mean, they can't really see what's going on. And then I see, like, I don't know how many, but there must have been a half a dozen staff out last night. And there's probably only half a dozen or maybe a few more people attending the meeting. And I know we're just in a transition period, but to me, lots of times it just doesn't seem worth it. Thank you.
Okay, Director Trainer?
I guess my question is for our CAO. What options do we have for adding more resources to help Danny make the meetings go more smoothly? And I guess my question for Danny as well would be, what specifically would help you in these cases right now going forward?
I'll go to Danny first. Go ahead.
Really, we're at the disadvantage of time. We've been waiting for equipment, supply changes, lots of things that we haven't been able to do. But really, I think the key point now is really around education. We are also probably sharing of information. We know areas that maybe have connectivity issues. The resourcing help, I think, because this is newer technology for everyone, just to have either IT or someone that's well-trained from staff to be co-piloting the meetings is just, it's that extra, safety net there that just helps to get things by. And also to make maybe people aware of features that they may not know exist. For instance, a lot of your view of a meeting is completely customizable by you. You can zoom in to look at those numbers that are too small. There's actually tools and little things to zoom in on there. There's ways to change the layout so a picture is bigger from someone else. But again, many people don't go and play with all the buttons. They're in the meeting, they're, want to do that. Some people will go and explore all the buttons that are available on all these platforms. I'm not just talking about WebEx. So again, that education of, oh, if you're having troubles with this, maybe like a quick Q&A or a quick FAQ that we can put out so that common scenarios that we keep hearing over and over, I can't hear, I can't see, what to check, and little bits and pieces. We, I think, start to produce that not only for anybody, but also our staff that are trying to do 100 things at once during some of these meetings. I think we're learning more, and especially hybrid is a totally different animal too.
Yeah.
It's very difficult when we're talking about spaces that have groups of people combining with spaces that have single people inside of a room. That is another challenge on top of itself. It's very, very difficult. So as we're going to hybrid meetings, that's why we're sort of trying to look at maybe regional places. Some of the directors that already bought smart boards for their regions, we're working at that and say, where can we put those that make sense? Or how can we do that to help facilitate people that, some people never gonna work a computer. Can they come to a gym and do something? You know, those are kind of things that we are looking into, but it'll take time.
Okay, thanks. CAO?
Yeah, so as committee can understand, we're still at a very early stage in this. Prior to COVID, we didn't televise or stream. We didn't have microphones. We were crammed into our boardroom, doing everything in person. So it's been a learning experience for sure. I think where we need to go is we need to, first of all, stabilize. You can understand Danny's a blue sky type of thinker. He's got a lot of ideas here on where we can go in order to make this better, but we aren't there yet. We've got the whole hybrid meeting thing where we now understand that some people will probably not come to an in-person meeting in the future, and we're going to have to provide both in-person meeting space and electronic meeting space. We're just still in the process of moving from 101 Martin over to 176 Main with our data center. So there's a whole bunch of pieces going. Where I'm going with this is that our process for adding staff is through the budget, and we're locked in already for 2022. So we would expect to try everything that we have once we get the equipment over 2022, and then when we get the board together in the budget committee for 2023, we would provide our estimate of what resources we would need to make electronic participation better.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no more hands in here, so we'll go to Ms. Molden on the eScribe. Thanks, Danny.
Thanks very much, Chair. So back in, if the board recalls, back in early 2021, staff started to look at different board management software. We looked at various different products that other local governments are using. They're starting to become more and more frequently used, and there's two main ones, eScribe and iCompass, which local governments typically use. So we did a fair amount of research on each of those products to see which one might work best for us. And we determined upon eScribe for cost and for functionality and various other reasons. The reason we started looking at this is for three different sort of areas of focus. Number one, the board. We know that there was always challenges with our pre-existing system, which was using Adobe software, which was never designed to create agendas and bookmark and do all of the functionality that we were trying to use it for. So we found inconsistencies in that product, especially as they upgraded it, and we had to keep upgrading licenses at significantly increasing costs. We found things like we lost all the hyperlinks, all of those connections within each document that the board might use to go look at the supporting documentation and everything. We were finding that with Adobe, there was weird symbols inserted, sometimes the bookmarks didn't work, and the accuracy was not there. So we knew that the board was struggling with that, and we could see IT in the boardroom every meeting helping different directors out. So that was one element. The second one was for staff. So implementing a board management software system like this is, number one, both eScribe and iCompass have had multiple local governments. They've worked out the majority of the bugs. And if there's something that we encounter, we can sort of know that another local government has encountered that as well. And so we can go to eScribe and we can ask them the question, and sure enough, they know this. They know that another local government has been challenged. So that's a great resource there. Doing a board management system like this significantly decreases the time that staff have to spend on putting the agenda together, and increases the accuracy. So we can reallocate our resources for that position a little bit better when the process in the background, the electronic process, is moving smoothly. We're working on that, and each meeting we see more things. We work the bugs out, we move on, and it's excellent. This is why we're always asking for board feedback on that as well. It's important to know what you're seeing so that we can help, you know, sort of end those glitches that we're encountering. The third one was the public. So we know the public has some challenges too with accessing our agendas and our minutes in a timely fashion. So using a board management software package enables much quicker, much more efficient posting of agendas, of minutes, and it's easier for the public to use. We've had comments from lots of the public saying they love this new interface, this new eScribe on our main page, where they can find the meetings super quick, and they have different options. They have the HTML, they have the PDF, so that they can go in there in the way that they choose to. So we've had a good lot of feedback from the public. So when we started this process, if you'll recall, we bombarded you with meeting invites to attend. We had 14 different training sessions. And, you know, we had some good turnout. I think we had half the directors come to a training session to learn about this. So part of that was to walk through the eScribe process to see what you would see on the front end. It was also an opportunity to work out the bugs for those directors who had Apple products or iPads, those sorts of things, which aren't necessarily the easiest to use for any of these board management systems. So, like I say, we had some turnout there. And I think that, you know, with some directors, we took 2 and 3 and 4 sessions, and they're happy. We've not received feedback from them other than they got it and they're good. So there's 3 different ways to get in there. One of them is using an app on your phone or accessing the app on your computer. And that's for those who are really comfortable with technology. The second one is using the email links that Mark sends out to you. If you go in through there, that's a bit of a different board portal, and you can do things like mark up documents and make notes for yourself and such. And the third way is to go through the website, which some of you are. That is still eScribe. So if you go into the website and you go to HTML or you go to the PDF, if you look at the top, you'll see it says eScribe in the menu bar. You're still in eScribe. So it's not a failure, it's not a lack of access, it's just a different way. So the product has a lot of functionality in that regard. And again, I think like Director Johansson, I think, is using the app, and others may be comfortable just still going in through the website. So any one of them is functional for the board. The link that Mark sends to you, we've refined it based on comments. So he sends you 1 now instead of 4 or 5, depending on how many meetings there are going on. Each one of those meetings, if you open it in Adobe or you open it in HTML, yes, they're individual now as opposed to one big document, but you may have found in the past opening up a massive 1,200-page Adobe PDF document slowed you right down, slowed your system down, slowed our systems down. This is a much more efficient way in the background of managing that so that we don't see those pauses quite so much. There's a lot of functionality in this product that we have not used, like electronic voting. So instead of me pulling up my spreadsheet and calling everybody's name to take sort of roll call, it's an automatic thing. We're not there, and we probably won't go there anytime soon, but the functionality is there down the road for us to start to do things such as that. So again, a much more accurate, much quicker flow to the process. I think, you know, again, the savings in doing it this way is one of the big significant factors. The cost for year 1, I've been asked what the cost was. It was $14,000 for implementation. After that, it'll go anywhere from $10,000 to $11,000 on an ongoing basis. And That's pretty standard, I think, in the industry just at the moment. So, you know, we haven't had a lot of feedback from the board. The ones that we have had say it's working and it's good, but I really would like to hear any, you know, any glitches, any challenges, anything like that, because then we can work through it. Most of them, like I say, are easily solvable. With eScribe, they're there for us 24/7, and we're getting really good results from them. So I would invite any questions.
Director Holmes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I use eCompass on the municipality and eScribe here, and to tell you the truth, I find neither of them very user-friendly. So I wouldn't say one is better than the other. But what I'm using now and what I find is the public interface is much cleaner and much clearer and faster than the corporate interface, and so I'm using that one right now, for example. But I was just when we were all first set up using my iPad, I wasn't sure about the availability of an Apple app, and I'm just wondering if we know if there's an Apple app for that, or maybe I should talk to Director Johansson, figure out what he's doing.
Okay.
Does anybody know though? Is there an Apple app?
Well, that's I guess I'm using an Apple app.
Okay.
And
So there is.
And the nice part about it is I can actually make comments within the documents and save them. And then when I open up the document, the comments, I can have highlighted areas, I can have comments embedded right in the documents for the meeting, which I couldn't do through the website.
I guess there's a way of dealing with it, but we got to learn how. It's the bigger part of it. Any other questions from the board? Oh, I see Director Robinson. Go ahead. On mute, I think.
Oh, sorry. I'm just wondering if we can get the name of that app for the Apple one.
Director Johansson, do you know the name of it offhand?
Yeah, it's eScribe.
It's eScribe Pro.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
It's a green box with an E and a little Pro on the bottom. If you look for it, it comes up right away.
Excellent. I'll try that.
Director Kazakovich.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give some feedback for Christy. I find eScribe's working great for me. Of course, our access allows us to insert the comments and, you know, for each report in the comment box. So I make use of that whenever it's needed. So I find it's working great. So no issues from me. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Francisco, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, just a comment on the app. So the app there's two apps. One's for a Windows 10 type of tablet or laptop, possibly, depending if you have a touchscreen. The other one is designed for really an iPad. You cannot do it on an iPhone or things like that. It is an iPad or type of app specifically. So anyone's interested in the app, please just check in with us and we can give you some points and tips on how to get it installed and use it. There are some caveats, as you know, if you use that app, it's locked to that device. Those notes and things don't transfer to other devices that also have the app. So we're working through some of the issues with the app, but if you want to use the app, please just touch base with the staff so we can make sure you have a good experience with that.
Thank you for that. Director McCordoff, I see a hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not as adept at using all of these newfangled things as some of you are, and but I do appreciate the fact that staff has been very helpful. Because I just have my computer at home, I haven't got it on my app on my iPad, and it's a new one, so I probably could. I have found that going to the website, the RDOS website, and finding the information there has been very helpful, because if it's a PDF or something, I can download it onto my computer, get and figure out what I need to do and how I need to arrange it and do my sort of homework before. So I really appreciate hearing all of this and understanding why we obviously have to move forward. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions or comments about this? eScribe specifically? Seeing no hands up. If I miss someone, shout out, but I don't believe I'm missing anybody at this point. We will move on then to staff perception survey. CAO is going to give us an update again here. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And this is one of the items that we had on our list that I did want to report back out on. And I do have an Excel document to share. I'm not sure how this is going to work. It's a big spreadsheet, but it's the most effective one for giving you a summary of where we've come from and where we want to go. So I'm going to give this a shot. If it doesn't work, then Danny will put it up for me. But I'll try this first. Okay.
It's coming up, but too small to read for us, or for me anyway.
Yeah, it's a big spreadsheet.
Okay, I can see some numbers there now. So.
Can you actually see it?
Yep.
All right. So first of all, let me give you a bit of history on this. We started this back in 2008, and what we were looking for, you may be the only one that remembers this, Mr. Chair. We were looking at the time.
Thanks.
The regional district had come through a difficult time, I'll put it that way. The province had been working on a provincial review of regional districts at the time. And because of that, a number of senior staff had left, and there were, rather than replace them, there were interim staff. There was an interim CAO, there was an interim CFO. Many of the other positions were either vacant or being filled on interim basis. You'll all recall the 2008 economic adjustment with the housing crisis down in the States that had a global impact. So we were in sort of a recession. Which was reflected within Canada and within BC and within every one of our local jurisdictions. So there was a concern about the cost of going on, which has an impact on local government budgets. So at the same time, there was a review of whether we needed to replace some of these vacant positions, and just an unsettling time. So we were looking for a process that we could use in order to try and change the organizational culture. And organizational development is a big field. Organizational culture is just one part of it. There's obviously a whole bunch of other ones, but what we decided to use was a process, a leadership training package that was developed by the International City Management Association. And it came up with 8 principles, 8 characteristics of high-performing organizations, and you'll hear me refer to those from time to time. I introduced that to the board at the time, and we adopted those 8 characteristics of high-performing organizations, and we initiated the process within our organization to try and the attempt always being to improve customer service. And I'll show you later that linkage model that says, okay, if you improve organizational climate, you will also improve customer perception of service. And that was the proposed outcome of going through all of this. So we started out on that in 2008, that we had that discussion, we adopted the characteristics, and the process on it is, first of all, you educate all of your employees on the 8 characteristics and why you would want to implement these within the organization, what you were striving for. So we did that educational part of it. And then you ask your employees to measure you against these 8 characteristics. And that, in our case, is a 32-question survey that we do annually with 4 questions on each of these 8 characteristics. And it's supposed to give us a measure. Certainly not a statistically correct survey. There's too many variables that we don't measure for. It's a perception survey. And I like it because you actually get a statistical result out of it. So by asking the questions of your employees and then slapping a Likert scale on it so that you get a measure, you can come up with comparable statistics from year to year. And really all it does is give you an idea of what the mood of the organization is. And then it allows you to focus discussion with the group on what you need to do to improve against these 8 characteristics. And then again, the end result of this is that if we implement these 8 characteristics and if we do our continuous improvement program in order to resemble those 8 characteristics or entrench them in our organization, that it will eventually impact on the citizens. And we do that by our citizen survey. So there should be a correlation between our staff perception survey measure of organizational climate and the results on the citizen survey. So when we ask, are you getting good value for your taxes or are you getting good service? We should see, as the organizational climate increases, we should see a similar increase in citizen perception of service. So that's the theory of it. So let me tell you about the 8 characteristics, just a really quick summary of these. So action orientation, it just says that every high-performing organization has really good environmental scanning techniques, meaning that they go out and they find out what the issues are before they become problems. Okay? For us, that's our citizen survey, just the feedback that you bring to us from your constituents, the staff perception survey, anything else that we do to find out what the mood of the organization. We're always doing surveys. So high-performing organizations are in touch with their constituency or their employees. The second part of that is that they have a good decision-making model so that an employee, once they know there's an issue, they know how to get it from point of entry to point of decision, who to give it to, how to process it through, and then to get a result. But really the big part of this first one is that they say there's an attitude in high-performing organizations. There's this bias for action where they're willing to take action if they know that there's an issue. So that's the first one. The second one, they say that all high-performing organizations have a focus on the customer. So whether you call it customer experience or customer service, it's this intent to keep your customer informed about what you're doing. And there was a progression on this in local government. Back in the 80s, you could get away with just telling citizens what you were going to do for them. And then that has worn off and we went through this huge consultation period and now full-on citizen engagement. And certainly a model of this would be the city of Penticton, where they've gone into full citizen engagement and they have staff positions that are resourced to just do that. And pretty well everything that they do, they get out and talk to their citizens and constituents about how they would feel about that. And it's always our intent is to make an informed decision. So this citizen engagement part of it, where you invite your citizens in to the decision-making process, is a progressive way of doing things now. And that's what high-performing organizations focus on. So there was that. And then let me just catch up with my slides. So if I'm looking over sideways, it's because I've got my notes on the other screen. And then the other part of that too, this closeness to citizens ones, the focus on the customer, it just says that local governments should believe that serving the public is a privilege and that we have to train our employees to do that. So customer service is not one of those inherent skills that people may come into an organization with. That's something that you learn as you evolve and develop and move into different positions. So training is very important. And we focus a lot in our organization on that. And always when we do our staff perception survey, that is one of the issues that our staff are interested in. So it's just not something that you can let slide or that you can't focus on, is that you have to train people for that. This third characteristic, they called autonomy and entrepreneurship. And they said, so we all know what entrepreneurship is in the private sector, but they said, even in the public sector, the high performing organizations display this sense of encouraging their employees to take risks on their behalf, the good types of risks. So always looking at how to make better use of equipment or technology, how to improve processes to be more efficient. We went through that whole lean thinking methodology where we were doing our process mapping to try and cut steps out or make our processes more efficient. It's that type of risk that this process encourages, because we all know that if you try and do something different, especially in a government or in a bureaucracy, that where you don't know the outcome and you take a chance, there's a lot of scrutiny on whether you were successful or not. So the high performing organizations encourage this, and then they support their employees when they undertake those efforts. And it's not like developing a new product in the private sector. It's not about invention. It's about sort of baby steps where you take a process and you improve it a little bit, and then you keep working on it, and then you go back and review it, and you keep changing it, and you encourage new ideas on how to do things better. It's that type of entrepreneurship, and then giving your employees that authority in order to try that step. The fourth one was, they called it employee orientation. It's the one characteristic in this process that talks about how the organization treats its employees. And they said that high-performing organizations, first of all, they keep their employees trained to the state of the art in their profession. We don't have very many entry-level positions anymore. Everybody requires a designation or a certification or some advanced level of education. So you have to keep employees trained. That's an ongoing requirement. The matter of security, certainly from a Karamia's point of view, the matter of employee security is becoming more and more evident as time goes on. So not only do you have to keep them safe as far as job security, but also just physical security now. And that's an important issue, I think, for all local governments trying to figure out how to do that in this environment. And then probably, and we're going to talk about staff retention and staff recruitment. We had that good discussion with the board at the legislative workshop. That is one of those other issues we have. I believe Carmen is ready to bring that at your next meeting. What we're going to be doing or where we think we could head with some of those, but certainly employee physical security is one of those that's going to be important. The other is communication. It's in this day and age, just like we talked
from Director Obrick, if we could.
Oh, sure.
Thank you to the chair, and I'm having trouble keeping up. The spreadsheet, when you speak of characteristic number 2 and 3, are these, private entrepreneurship and closeness to customer? Are these spreadsheets? Do you have that on the spreadsheet? All we can see is action orientation, and I'm wondering if you have that on this available, or because in the abstract it's all very useful and helpful, but I was just curious what the rest of the spreadsheet said, and is it relevant to what you're speaking to? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to get to that. I just wanted to run through the 8 characteristics first, and then when I take you through the spreadsheet, I'll show you the results.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted you to know what the characteristics were first.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll move a little quicker on that one then. So those first 4, they're very transformational. They're transactional in nature. They can change overnight with the addition of a new employee or a new leader into a work group. And I'll talk about that when we go through the spreadsheet. These next four, values, mission, goals, and competence, structure, and political relationships, those are more transformational in nature. They take a longer time, so we call them organizational culture. It takes a long time. They estimate 5 years to change a step in an organizational culture, whereas these first four, the transactional ones, can change overnight. So let me go to the spreadsheet then, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So we started this back in 2008. So our first survey was 2008. These are the results from it. And then you can see that we did it in this very top row. And this is action orientation. This is one about good environmental scanning techniques, good problem solving process, and the bias for action. So that's what this measures. And you can see that we did it from 2008 until 2011. And then we took a bit of a break because sometimes employees just get jaded when they do the same survey every year and they talk about the same characteristics. So we still did an organizational development program, but we called it, I think it was the Committee for Leadership and Innovation, but it was the same sort of thing where we canvassed employees. We just didn't use the same survey. And then we re-entered this process in 2015, and then I'll show you the 2021 results, which is where we're going. Down this very left-hand column, these are the work groups. So this process is intended to canvass your employees against how well you're doing against these 8 characteristics, but it's all about then taking those results, analyzing them, and then going back out and asking your employees why they rated you the way they did. And that's much easier in small work groups than it would be to take the whole organization at one time. So we do break them into work groups, and these are the, I think there's 10 or 11 different groups that we do this survey with so that we can give them individual results. Okay. So, and then down each column are the results from that year. So you can see when we started back in 2008, you'll see a couple of blanks in some of the spots. So back in 2008, we didn't have a community services department. That sort of fell under finance. And we didn't get the supervisors group separately. We broke them out later because we found that some of the employees were a bit reluctant to talk about how the organization was doing if their supervisor was sitting right beside them. So we broke that out. And the same with the management group. We broke them out so that they're not sitting in the room when their employees are talking about how they think their department or the organization is doing. Back in 2008, you can see our first try at this, we scored at 18.5. So the significance of that, it's like 18.5 out of 28, because there are 4 questions on each characteristic, and the highest score on the Likert scale is 7. So 4 times 7, the maximum score would be a 28. So for action orientation, we have the 4 questions on the survey. The highest score would be 7 on each of those, so it would be 28. So in 2008, we scored at 18.5 out of 28. So not bad. That's a higher starting score than I've seen in some other organizations that have used this process. And you can see we measure 2 things. We measure the average. In our mind, that's our measure of organizational climate. So this group average is our climate score. The other thing we measure for is standard deviation. What you'd like to see is that the standard deviation between each of these groups closes. So the more that you do the survey and the more that you try and respond to the suggestions, the standard deviation closes so that all employees in the organization have a similar impression or they have a consistent response. You don't like to see a big gap between one group over another. It means that one group is feeling disaffected. So we try and close that. And I'll show you when we get to the 2021 scores where we are right now. So we introduced the 8 characteristics. We did the survey in 2008. We went back and we talked to all of our employees and all these work units about why they rated us the way they did. And then we formed an employee committee to look at the statistical results and all the comments that we got from employees. And they developed an action plan to make an intervention into the organization so that when we came back out in 2009, at the same time, we do this in November, that we could see if we were making any improvement, because what you'd like to see is an improvement one year over the other. And eventually, when you have longitudinal results, you'd like to see an upward trend line rather than flat or declining. So in the second year that we did this, so the other thing the committee does is they look at these 8 characteristics and they say, oh, we scored very low on autonomy and entrepreneurship, or we scored very low on employee orientation. And they'll choose those 2 characteristics to work on because it's necessary to focus when you're trying to develop an action plan and make some sort of long-term improvement. So when we came back out in November of 2009 to do the survey again, you can see that the results went up. So they went from 18.5 to 20.1, again out of 28. So a 1.5 improvement over a year. That was encouraging. But I think our employees were giving us the benefit of the doubt. They said, oh, well, this is a nice program, and they're inviting us to give feedback on how the organization is doing. So that in itself, I think, gave us a bit of a benefit. But nevertheless, that was encouraging to the committee, because in 2009, rather than coming back out and talking about the 8 characteristics, we went out and we talked about, here's what we did based on your comments out of 2008. Here's what we implemented in 2009. And this is the results of it. So, I mean, employees have to know that you're listening to them, or they just won't play. And you can see back in these years that we did invite the board to participate as well. So on that 32 question survey, we asked the board to play, and they did. So we kept on doing that. So each year in November, we'd go out, we'd say, here's what you told us to do last year. Here's the survey again, rank us against these. And then we take your results, we analyze them, we come back out, we talk about them, we get a new set of statistical results and comments. We get another committee, and they make an intervention into the organization. So why did we go down in 2010? Director Pendergraft will know. This was our operational audit year. So at the time, I think many, because of the economic adjustment and the economy in the valley at the time, local governments were responding to that. So we did our own, the city of Penticton did one as well. I think a number of municipalities did. And we reduced 10% of our workforce. We said, oh, no more increases in taxes right now. In fact, we can cut to become more efficient. And we did. So that always causes uncertainty in an organization. And that reflects in this type of a survey. So you can see that we went from 20.1 to 19.1 in 2010 after the operational audit results came out, which wasn't as bad as it could have been. That was still pretty good. Went back up in 2011. In fact, we went back up higher than we were in 2009 based on the suggestions. And I think just a relief that the operational audit was over, it was implemented, we made the changes. Those that were left still thought we were doing better on that, so it went up. And then we took the 3-year gap and we did another process. When we came back, we started out at a 19.2, which wasn't bad based on that 3-year gap. We got a whole new set of statistical information and comments. 2016, we went up to 20.3. And then 2017, you can see that we went down a little bit. Not a great deal, but a little bit. Any idea why that might have happened? Egregious flood year. Most of our employees were stuck in the emergency operations center. And I think in 2017, that was like an 8-month long emergency operations response. And so everybody was overloaded. They did their EOC work. They also had their own stuff to do at their own desks. It's stressful. And that reflects in this sort of a organizational climate type of survey. What happened in 2018? They told us in 2017, listen, we don't have enough resources. We're just all overworked. We're spending too much time. We need to adjust our capacity box. We need to stay out of the EOC. What happened in 2018? It got longer. We were in the EOC longer in 2018 with all the floods. So that starts to get on people's nerves. And it was at that point we said, oh, this now seems normal. We need to do an organizational review. So that's what we did in 2018. We made those changes to our structure where we created the 3 general manager positions. We came into budget committee with a whole bunch of requests for additional positions. And then 2019, we start to see a recovery on that. First of all, 2019 wasn't as bad of an EOC year. There were fires, but it wasn't critical. It wasn't extended like it had been in previous years. So we started to see the trend line move back up. And then what happens in 2020? COVID, right? And Christie Mountain Fire. So again, a bad year in the EOC. We were getting indications that everybody was still concerned about the capacity box and what they were being asked to do. It was just a mood in the organization, and it started going back down. So, and this is just action orientation. I'll show you the rest of them in a minute, but I want to explain how this works. So these are our results from this year. Again, we did our survey in November of 2021, and we got our statistical results. We went back out, we talked to employees in December and January, got our comments, and we're starting to work on those now. But you can see that overall, like on a trend line, started out at 18.5, we went up, operational audit went down a little bit. We started going back up, took a break, started at 19.2, started going back up again. Flood years in 2017, 2018, started to respond on that by adding more capacity to the organization, went up a little bit, and then COVID, cyber attack, Christie Mountain Fire has a big impact on the organization, so that when you go out and ask, how are we doing against these characteristics of high-performing organizations? They tell you, and it reflects in these statistical results. So for 2021, we're still in COVID. We had an egregious fire year in 2021. We had the floods in November, right when we're doing the survey. And it reflects. So we're at a 17.2. Bad news for us is our trend line is continuing downward. So that is something that we now know we have to adjust to. So let me take you over to this one. So closeness to citizens is usually our highest ranked characteristic. So the 4 questions on the survey about this as to, are we keeping our citizens informed? Are we inviting them into the decision-making process? Are we treating them with respect? All of those, are we doing a good job? Are we providing a service? all of those types of questions, our employees usually scored themselves high on. And you can see relative to action orientation that this one on customer citizen, our customer service, we started out at 21.3, and it's been very consistent in the 20s throughout. So it wasn't I mean, I say normally it's our highest ranked one. It was not our highest ranked one in 2021. And the other problem there is that this also reflects capacity to some extent. There's one question on the survey that says, the things that you do you do them well? And we know we've probably stretched our capacity box to the point where they're trying their best, but they're not happy themselves with the jobs that they're able to do. They just don't have enough time or the resources to do it. So where we were up to 22.3, actually we're into 23.2 in 2011. We started back at 22.3, and then we've been fairly consistent, but you can see a gradual drop in the trend line on customer service. And that's because our employees are saying, you know, we need to stick to the knitting. If we're going to do something, give us the resources to do it well, or don't take on any more projects. That's the message. Here's this one about autonomy and entrepreneurship. And this is usually one of our lower ranked ones because local governments have inherent constraints as far as being entrepreneurial. We don't tend to welcome quick changes. We always like to see a trend line or a statistic or a history of success before we enter into something. So you can see it's been fairly consistent. We were at an 18.0 out of 28. The other thing I want to point out though is these green marks in the 2021 column. So this was the highest result of one of these work units in 2021, and this was the low. A 14.1, that's really low. So that's the standard deviation. That's a difference of perception from one group, this is our information services department, compared to this 14.1. So you go within the same organization from a 14.1 to a 23 out of 28. That's a huge standard deviation. And so there's where you would go back and you'd probe. Why is this one, this is our landfill staff. Why is this one group so low and another one so high?
Question from Director Monteith.
Sorry, to the chair. Mr. Noel, when you're referencing the work groups, could you say what they are? Just because we don't have that on our screen, so it's hard for us to know which groups are struggling.
Yeah, in my mind, it's more about the results. I mean, there's going to be differences from year to year in a work group, but sure. And when I get back to this fifth one, I'll be back over where the work units are, so you'll be able to see those. Okay. So this one on employee focus, this is the one that talks about how the organization treats employees, it's about training, inviting them into the discussions about where the organization's going. It's about employee recognition. And they say these high-performing organizations all pay fairly. So it's not about the money part. This is all about non-monetary. And it says high-performing organizations have this pervasive number of programs to recognize employees for doing good work. And they empower them, they invite them into the decision-making process, that type of thing. And you can see, I mean, this one sometimes is low, but it sort of falls in the middle normally for us. You can see we came in at 18.8 in 2021 out of 28. It's been fairly flat, but like everything else, we've been sort of on a downward trend line. We're certainly better off than we were in 2020, but we're not back to where we had been in the 2015-16 range. And you can see again that there is a bit of a standard deviation here where we had a couple of departments at 21.7 And then we had one low at, this is community services that's low. These are, I think, finance and information services were our high ones. Okay. You can see we're at 18.8. I'm going to show you an overall summary at the end of this, but I just want to go through the, and I'll go through these other ones. So values, they say high-performing organization, or sorry, all organizations have values. It's about how you carry out your work. High-performing ones, write them down and discuss them with their employees on a regular basis so they know what the values of the organization are. You can see again, we're on a downward trend line on this one. We've got a big difference of perception on how we're doing. 21.9 down to a 14.5. That's a concern, just that size of a gap. 18.1. The organizational average overall for 2021 was 18.2. So values was right on the organizational average for that. This one, we started out calling it mission, goals, and competence. It's all about clarity of purpose. And we wrap all of that into our strategic planning process. You can see that we're fairly low on this one at 17.6. Again, we're still on our downward trend line. We're up a little bit from last year, which is good, but still down. And again, a big difference of opinion on how we're doing against that characteristic. So we were high on standard deviation overall. I'll show you the end result when we get down to the measure of organizational climate. But again, this was lower than the group average on clarity of purpose. This one on structure, it just says that this process promotes a lean, flat organizational structure. And this is, again, is where we talk about employee empowerment, communication between departments, all that sort of stuff. We're at 18.4, which is right on the organizational average. Again, a little bit better than last year. So this is the one we will have to talk about at some point. So this is the political relationships one. And it says that in high performing local governments, right? This doesn't apply to the private sector. This is us. It says there's this mutual trust and respect between the elected leaders of the organization and the staff, and that one can't be successful without the other. Certainly staff can't be successful if they aren't getting good leadership and direction from the board, and the board can't be successful if you're not getting good support and implementation of your programs and policies by the staff. And that they're, in order to do that, to keep staff motivated and performing at a high level, there needs to be that security that comes through mutual trust and respect. You can see that overall, we're at a 17. This was our lowest mark out of the 8 characteristics on the survey. We haven't had this since 2008. That was the lowest mark at that point. So we're at 17 in 2021. Again, I think this is the one characteristic that scored lower than 2020. We were sort of on a gentle upswing from 2020 up to 2021, except in this characteristic. And you can see again, huge standard deviation between the 20.5 and a 12.4, which is a really low score. And there's reasons for that. So, I mean, this isn't surprising. It's just that we need to fix it. So this is that measure of organizational climate overall. So this 18.2, this is our organizational average. This is taking all of the 8 characteristics and coming up with a score. So again, each of the work units down the left-hand column, each of the years, you can see across the top. And then this is 2021. And you can see that the organizational climate is measured at 18.2 out of 28. We started at 18.9 12 years ago, so that's not encouraging when you come out at a lower end than when you started. We had some good years. We went from 18.9 to 20.6 between that first and second year. down a bit because of the operational audit in 2010, back up a lot in 2011, and carried on at a fairly high level again until you can see that downward trend line starting in 2017, which was our flood years and some other issues. So we started going down to where we're now at 18.2. So we're still on that downward trend line. What I also wanted to point out was here's our standard deviation. So our measure of what's the difference between work units. Again, we'd like them all to be consistent at a higher level. You can see that our standard deviation is 1.9. Usually anything over a 1 is considered a significant difference. So this 1.9 is huge for us. We were up there in 2019, but I mean, generally, we've either been around the 1 or close to it. Okay. So that, Mr. Chair, is our summary of our organizational climate as of the end of 2021.
Okay, thank you for that, CAO. Is there any questions or comments from the board on this? You want to maybe take your presentation down so I could see the rest of the board, if you would, please, CAO?
Yes, I would like to do that. No.
Did I see a hand here, Director Ulrich? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And through the chair, quick question. Would we be able to get a copy of that data? It's quite fascinating, and the presentation was wonderful. My favorite part is when you said we need to fix it. And I think that's just wonderful, good advice. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, we'll produce that for committee, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? I thought I had seen a hand from Director Knodel, but it disappeared. Do you still have a comment or question?
It's a little premature. I'm going to develop that thought before I pick on Mr. Newell.
Okay, no problem. Seeing no other hands?
Better work on it.
Okay, we will move on. You'll have to, Director Trainer, go ahead, please.
I just have a quick question for CAO. So you mentioned under political relationships that that was one of the, I think, the lowest out of the 8 characteristics. And you said we need to fix this. So where do we go from here when we see numbers like that?
So on a political relationship one, I mean, there's a number of variables that we would measure on this. One is just a perception of whether there's a good working relationship between the elected officials and staff. So again, that's a perception. We've talked, and I think we did at the legislative workshop, we talked about role clarity. I can tell you that probably one of our concerns right now is the relationship with some of our recreation commissions or our other volunteer groups, that there's some concern there. Respect for workplace might be one of them. Just role clarity as to moving some of the stuff forward that we have on our plate. I think you got an indication of it somewhat last meeting when planning came in and said, listen, we've already got all these projects underway and you want to add on another $600,000 worth of work. We can't do it. So it's that capacity box issue. I think we have a good idea. Our staff tell us what we need to do in order to do better against these 8 characteristics. So my intention would be then to have that discussion with the board.
Thank you for that. Seeing no other hands. Oh, Director Vasilaki, please go ahead. You're muted, I believe.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. Mr. CAO, the problem I have with a lot of us on the RDOS, the board, we don't deal very much with board, I'm sorry, with staff at the RDOS. So why would some of those people that really don't deal with staff give a low grade to how staff performs and how they treat everybody or whatever the case may be on the RDOS. The people that I usually deal with on RDOS is yourself. We have several meetings a year. The same thing with the CFO. So, but some of the other staff I very rarely have any dealings with maybe the exception of the ladies at the front desk that the odd time I'll ask some questions and get some paperwork. Other than that, I really don't know how well the rest of the staff is doing. Why is it that we lose that touch with the others so that we can make a good educated guess as to how they perform?
CAO?
So just like the City of Penticton council meetings, they're very popular on TV with staff. And our members now are able to watch board meetings and it's the decisions, I think, that affect staff probably rather than a direct relationship. So where the board passes a business plan and where you pass a budget and where you make policy decisions and where you appoint people to recreation commissions or APCs, whether staff believe that there's that match between the capacity box and the resources available to do it. All those decisions that an elected body makes have an impact on the perception that staff have of a relationship. And again, these aren't statistically correct surveys. These are perceptions of staff. It's just that we survey every member of the regional district. Every employee in the regional district fills in one of these surveys and they get a chance to talk about how they think we're doing against these characteristics. So that is just how they feel about us right now.
Thank you. Director Monteith.
To the chair, does that mean the fire departments have a perception here as well?
No, we don't canvass the fire departments.
Or we haven't in the past anyway.
No.
Director Olbrich?
Yes, thank you to the chair and through the chair. This one's really interesting, and it's we had a discussion November 25, a group of us. Our Parks and Rec Commission lost a number of people this year. I've heard back from them frustrations, and one of the people who left put forth a recommendation. They said, could we have some kind of a survey, a feedback from the commission members with respect to their experience? And it's very similar to Director Monte's question about the firefighters. I think when we hear from the volunteers, when we hear from community, when we hear from the firefighters, we get some value. So that's my question. Is it possible in the future we could get our advisory commission volunteers as well as our firefighters included in some of this perception survey feedback?
CAO?
Sure, Mr. Chair. The advisory commissions are yours. If you want to survey them, that would be, we could certainly arrange that for you. With the fire departments, I'm not sure if some of them do an internal. That is all wrapped up in each of those independent fire departments. We don't really have much else to do with them.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the census. CAO.
Yes. So just for information for the board, we found this to be interesting. Just when the federal census information came out recently on the 2021 census, and they start rolling this out incrementally. So just some of the information is out now, but the population figures are. So we looked at what impact that would have on the 15 jurisdictions within the regional district. And you can see that we believe that we may end up with a 20th member. So what happens on this now is that we go off the provincial census. The province will come out, if I recall, sometime like September, October with their census. And the difference being that the federal census does not include citizens on Indian reserves into our jurisdictions. The provincial census does. So these numbers will change somewhat depending on whether there is a reserve within the jurisdiction. So I gave you the 2016 provincial census, and then so that you could compare it to the 2016 federal, and then what might happen with the 2021 when the provincial census comes out. But you can see that, I mean, there were some significant increases from 2021. Population growth was much stronger than it had been in previous census. But we think that Osoyoos will get another vote. There is a threshold there where every 1,800 people is one vote in the regional district. That's based on our letters patent. So that when the town of Osoyoos reached 5,400, that would then warrant 4 votes for them. The bigger impact will be with the city of Penticton, who has 19 votes right now. And then based on the federal census, and it didn't look like there was much change between the federal and provincial back in 2016, meaning they and I'm not sure about this, I probably don't have a reserve within the city, where some of the electoral areas may. But nevertheless, there was a significant increase in population in the city, and that would take them up to 21 votes. So where you have 19 votes now for the city, that would be 21. The other implication of that is any single member can only carry 5 votes. So as you get up into 21 votes, that means that they're going to have to provide a 5th member. And then the vote, right now, there are 3 members of the city that have 5 votes and 1 member that has 4 to get to 19. So if there was 21 and there was 5 members, those votes would be spread over the 5 members. So there'd be a shifting around of those. And of course, that only comes into play when there's a weighted vote. But going from 4 to 5 members, that would play into every vote that is even just on an ordinary resolution. So, and then not much change otherwise, other than really for the town of Osoyoos and the city of Penticton. That would be the 5th member. So that was for information, Mr. Chair. The other thing, and whether the board would want to consider this or not, the voting strength is really sort of arbitrary. There are 28 regional districts. Every one of them probably has a different voting strength in their letters patent. I just did a really quick summary. RDCO, their threshold is 4,000 votes. 4,000 population per vote. The Fraser Valley Regional District, their threshold is 5,000 population per vote. North Okanagan Regional District is 2,400 population per vote, and ours is 18. So we're a little bit lower threshold for voting strength. So one would have to consider, we will end up with 20 members on our board. RDCO has 13, Kootenay Boundary has 13, North Okanagan has 14. So there is that discussion as to what is an effective decision-making body. Is it effective at 20 members, or would you like to see it lower? If so, we'd have to make an application to cabinet for a change to our letters patent.
Okay, thank you for that. There are some options out there. It's
Yeah.
something that the CAO is just bringing it up as more or less food for thought. We're going to have to make a decision at some point, or we will end up with 20 people around the table if we don't make any changes. So I'm not saying any of them are a bad way of going, but it does create a lot more people here, and we're struggling sometimes now with numbers. So it's something to think about. Any questions? I'm seeing no hands. All right, I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda. So looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we are adjourned, and we will, I believe we're right at lunch break. So we're back here at 11:45 for the regular board meeting. Thanks, everybody.
I love that idea of, we've got too many. The other way would be better. And with
Okay. We will call the Regional District Okanagan-Smokemean Board meeting to order. And before I ask for a motion on the agenda, items B1 and D5 will be removed off the agenda, just so everybody's aware. B1, the action was completed, and D5 was withdrawn by the applicant. So are there any items on the consent agenda that anybody wants to pull off and put into the regular agenda? Second time, anything to remove from consent agenda? Seeing none, looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor?
Sorry,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Director
Yes.
Knodel had his hand up.
Oh, so he does. Director Knodel, you have a question?
How can you miss tiny little me?
You look pretty tiny in the screen.
I don't even think that's possible. I have an item A21 that came in this morning I'd like to remove from the consent agenda, please.
Okay, A21. A21, all right, that will go into the regular agenda then. Any others before I? Seeing no other hands, now a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the consent agenda corporate issues. Motion to adopt. Moved, thank you. Seconder? Thank you. All those in favor? Perfect. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda development services. Motion to adopt. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to development services. B1 is off, so it's to C1. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is an enforcement action, and it was before the board on November 18th, and it was deferred to the March 3rd meeting. So there is a motion already on the floor, and that motion is to abandon enforcement at this property.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to Director Oberick.
Yes, and thank you to the chair. And I'm just going to speak to this briefly and then make a motion to defer it to the second meeting in June. I have had communication with staff. I've had communication with the property owner or the applicant or whatever we call the person that you're taking enforcement against. The parties involved have more FOI requests coming in or have been received already. We have discussed the goal of resolution and compliance, which is not an issue. The effort is going to be made to get this resolved if possible, understanding that if that is successful, it's not going to be back to the board. If it's unsuccessful, then it may come back to the board and then that motion will be spoken to. But at this moment, I think there's work to be done before the motion can be fairly considered. So I would make the motion to postpone and defer yet again to second meeting in June. Thank you.
Okay, so a motion to defer. Is there a seconder for that? Okay, thank you for that. Since there's no discussion on a motion to defer, we'll just call the question. All those in favor, and this is a corporate vote, I believe, when it's all in favor. Okay, thank you. Any opposed? Just let me see for hands. Is Director Kazakovich, are you opposed to that? I see a hand up. Okay, just one opposed, so the motion carries. Thank you. Development Services. D1 in electoral area C, CAO.
This is an application for a variance permit, Mr. Chair, for a small facility, a modular building in which the applicant wants to alter and propagate cannabis. And right now, our bylaw requires a soil base. And of course, that is more for the production of cannabis product. This is, they want to try out different mechanisms for medical marijuana, not to actually produce it, but to provide research. And it's going to be in a small modular building, so it would not have a soil floor. So we are recommending that this development variance application be approved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Knodel.
I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, you're moving it. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Any discussion on this? Looking around, seeing no hands. This is a corporate vote. All those in favor, or actually rural vote, my mistake. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D2, development variance in electoral area E, CAO.
This is an application to vary a rule in the Area E bylaw that restricts having a shower in an accessory building. So the property owner currently has an accessory building with a gym, office, washer, dryer, various equipment in this accessory building, Mr. Chair, and he's proposing to add a shower into the washroom that is already in the accessory building. And of course, our concern with that is that then enables it to be used as a dwelling. So we are recommending that this application be denied, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. As this is an application to deny, I would ask if the applicant or an agent for the applicant is online. Do we know if they're online, Danny? Please raise your hand if you are here to deal with this development variance item. Seeing nobody, I will go to Director Kozakovich.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation and can speak to it.
Okay, moving it. Is there a seconder for that? Seeing a seconder, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with staff's analysis. We do see situations where, adding a shower and making a space more livable ends up with it being rented out or used as a vacation rental. We want folks to follow the proper process on that. And I agree with staff. They could add an outside shower if it's for rinsing off after being at the beach or park. And we have many homes in Naramata that have been doing that, adding the outside showers. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this one? Seeing Director Knodel, go ahead.
Just want to ask, is there a kitchen in this particular building too?
Can staff answer that? Or do you know Director Kozakovich? Mr. Garrett, can you answer that? Or CAO?
Well, I was going to say there's no kitchen, Mr. Chair. It's more a gym, office, washroom, washer, dryer, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, again, this is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. D3, Area I development variance. CAO.
This is an application for a front yard variance from 7.5 meters to 3.8 meters, and it's for a 3-story duplex up at Apex. It's a vacant lot right now, and the applicant wants to reduce the front yard, which we're opposed to, Mr. Chair. We're just concerned that, especially with Apex, just in 2020, we made amendments to reduce to increase the setbacks, just because people at Apex tend to have lots of toys and objects that they place in their front yards already. So we are recommending this be denied.
Okay, thank you. As this is a motion tentatively to deny, I would ask again if the applicant or his agent or their agent is online to speak to this. Do we see anybody on there? Danny? If the applicant or agent is online, please give us some indication, raise your hand or hit *3 if you're on the phone, I think it is, but not seeing anybody. No? Okay, I will go to Director Monteith.
And to the chair, I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Moving that, okay, thank you. Seconder, thank you. Discussion on it? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question again, a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to D4. Parkland dedication proposal, Area E, CAO.
This is an 11-lot subdivision in Area E, Mr. Chair, and current legislation regarding parkland dedication says that if we don't want the land, that the local government can take up to 5% of the value of the subdivision. That's been valued at $85,000, and we're recommending that we accept this as payment in lieu, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Kozakovich.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, thanks. It's moved, seconded. Any discussion? Director Coyne Senior, please go ahead.
Could we have a little more, a little background on why we're recommending that? Because a number of years ago, the board I thought it was our policy not to accept cash in lieu unless there was some sort of extenuating circumstances. And I know out here that that's the program that I followed. So I would like a little more enlightenment on this if possible.
I'll go to the CAO.
I'll just turn that over to Mr. Garish, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Garish. Can't see him.
Top right-hand corner.
Ah, there he is, but he's muted. Still can't hear you, Chris. You're switching to your phone or something, Danny says?
Bilingual.
Lucky we had that primer on WebEx earlier on today.
Absolutely.
Like give a how-to on hand signals.
Yeah.
All right, is this better?
I can hear you. Might speak up though, just a little bit more if you would, please.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
What am I going to do? How's that?
Good.
Good, good. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I've forgotten the specifics of the question, but I can speak generally to the parkland dedication approach. So we do have the existing board policy, and generally that sets out our expectations in relation to land. And when land is proposed, the electoral area OCP bylaws generally set out priority locations. And so, for example, if a parcel being subdivided is next to a lake, obviously then we have a very strong interest in trying to require lakefront access for the public. And I believe some of the other criteria include proximity to existing parkland, if it can be consolidated and made larger, et cetera, et cetera. But the policy also speaks to situations where there may not be a desire to acquire the land in that particular location, and that may be because it's not deemed to be feasible, it's not close to any existing recreational opportunities, et cetera. And so the policy then speaks to requiring a full narrative appraisal of the land in order to determine a fair market value for it. And so that's what's happened in this situation. We did take the proposal to the Electoral Area Parks and Rec Commission, and they reviewed it, at least in the context of the proposed subdivision, and they felt that there was no desire to have a land dedication from this subdivision, so hence the cash and lieu proposal. So I hope that helps a bit.
I believe that should answer his question, but if not, he can rephrase it or dig deeper. Any other questions?
That does it.
Okay, thank you, Director Coyne. Go ahead, Director Obrecht.
Yes, thank you to the chair. Through the chair to staff, my question relates to the process as you determine the narrative approach on the valuation of the 5% interest. My math tells me that this is 32.37 acres is the acreage equivalency, 1.61 acres. $85,000 for 1.61 acres sounds like a good deal in this market. Is the valuation based on the valuation as the land is undeveloped, or is it based on the valuation of the land further to the subdivision value? Subdivisions tend to increase value. The challenge I have is pretty hard to get parkland at this price, any land indeed. So I'm just curious for my question, is it based on value pre-subdivision, or is it the value of 1.6 acres of an approved subdivision? You've had to buy one lot, for example, at 1.61 acres. Is that the going price for 1.61 acre lot in Naramata? Thanks.
I'll go to Chris,
or is
but
this West Bench? I'm not even sure.
I don't believe it turns out to be 1.6 acres, but Mr. Garish can maybe explain that?
Sure, thank you to the chair. I'm going to ask Mr. Vries to speak to this.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. My understanding of how the appraisal works is that the professional appraiser does several approaches and then compares them and comes up with a composite value. In parkland dedication cases, they are looking at the highest and best use of undeveloped bare land, because at this point it is undeveloped. So it's assuming that there could be an 11-lot subdivision there as currently zoned, but also assuming that it is not yet subdivided.
So if I understand the answer is you do the valuation on the unsubdivided value, not the post-subdivided value.
Of bare land, yes.
Yeah, I looked at our policy many years ago and I understood it differently. I spoke with Mr. Gallivant, as he was then our general manager of planning, and when we went through a review, I suggested a best practice is to have it as the value of the post-subdivided land. If you look at best practices across the country, there's reasons for that, but that's something I wouldn't mind looking at again, separate from this matter. But even, and I understand, it's not service when you say undeveloped. There's no road, there's no sewer, all those things. 85,000 still sounds like a heck of a good deal. And if you do the math on the 5%, please double check my math, but at 13.1 hectares, that works out to, my information is, you know, roughly 32 acres, 10% is 3.2, half of that is 1.6. I used the calculator, but even in my head, I can do the rough math. 1.61 acres sounds like 5%. So if my math is wrong, please correct me. Thank you.
No problem. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing no hands. Again, this is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Obrick, I believe, is the only one opposed. Okay, thank you. The motion carries. D5 has been removed, so we're to D6, official community plan and zoning amendment in electoral area F, CAO.
This is an amendment to include some of the recommendations from the geotechnical report that occurred in West Bench this past year, Mr. Chair. So the recommendation is that we give first and second reading to this and then go to public hearing, and that we delegate that to Director Gettens.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, but then I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, you're moving it. A seconder. Thank you. Go ahead, Director Gettens.
Great, thank you. I do need to ask a few questions because I know some of the citizens in area are listening, and these are some big changes for some people to accept. So if you'll just give me a few minutes just asking the questions of staff. The first recommendation is to move the minimum lot size to 2 hectares. And that was a recommendation in the first report, the Cohen-Leonoff report in 1992, that recommending as further subdivision until their sanitary and storm sewers were installed. This current geotech review, the most recent one, recommends the same thing. And the idea behind increasing the minimum lot size to 2 hectares is to better reflect to citizens the challenges of subdividing in Greater West Bench and just mitigate some of those expectations. So my question to staff is, if Greater West Bench was to see sanitary and stormwater systems installed, is the recommendation of administration that the 2 hectare minimum size would remain?
I'll go to CAO. Should we go to Mr. Garish on this?
Yeah, we'll just pass that over to planning, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Go ahead in the planning department. Who's going to speak?
Sure. Thank you, and to the chair. So I think my response would be there's no specific recommendation related to future review of the zoning subject to stormwater and sewer being introduced, but it is, I think, kind of implicit in some of the other policy statements proposed for the OCP that, you know, until such time as sewer and stormwater are provided to the West Bench, it's not really suitable to subdivide. So of course, then the corollary to that is at such time that the regional district undertakes the provision of sewer and stormwater to the West Bench, my inclination or suspicion would be we would also then be looking at not simply minimum parcel size requirements, but potentially whole different zones, you know, subject to being suitable, that would allow higher densities to occur within those parts of the West Bench that are being serviced. So yes, that could be in the form of different parcel size requirements, i.e. smaller parcel sizes, but it also could be in the form of different dwelling types that are permitted to occur. I don't know if we would ever see apartment buildings in the West Bench, but, you know, potentially duplexes or triplexes might be something that could be considered, again, based on suitable geotech recommendations being put forward. So.
If I might have another question, please.
Sure, go ahead, Director Gettens.
So the second recommendation is to prohibit swimming pools. So again, this is a recommendation that was from 1991 as well, but it just was never made official in our bylaws. Can you please just explain why the recommendation is to ban swimming pools across all of Greater West Bench when the OCP amendment states that the greatest hazards are within 50 meters of a slope crest and beyond the slope towards the highway. Sinkhole hazards are highest within 30 to 50 meters of a slope left, and sinkholes predominate over the eastern and northern half of West Bench. So why are we banning swimming pools throughout the whole area, please?
I'll go to Mr. Garish, please.
Sure, thank you through the chair. So it's my understanding, and I'm just going to get the amendment bylaw open here, but the original Clone-Leonoff report from the early 1990s specifically referenced the need to prohibit further development of swimming pools. That was a policy recommendation. It was never acted upon, as the director has indicated. When we reviewed the current OCP between 2016 and 2018, it did include a policy statement speaking to banning the pools in the West Bench. My understanding, and again, this was also touched on in the most recent geotech review. I don't think it was as explicit as identifying pools, but more general in that, you know, generally the hazards are related to water. If the board recalls, the consultants in their report showed a number of situations around drain pipes and water connections and other water features that had caused hazards in the West Bench. And so we see pools as contributing to that. And so, sorry, I'm just going through the bylaw here. So hence the recommendation now. I'm sorry, I missed the specific references that the director had to parts of the West Bench, but yeah, we are recommending across the board prohibition. It's, again, our understanding that you know, it's a cumulative impact of these throughout the area, and we're just generally taking a broad approach to their regulation. So obviously there's other options that could be considered. If the board thinks that's not appropriate, we could look at something different, but this is the recommendation that we've put forward.
Thank you. And I just have one final comment, please.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So I think the cumulative effect is an important part of the understanding. In both of the reports, there is a stress on explaining to citizens their role and educating on hazards and their impact on hazard lands. And I would like to see that be part of the plan afterwards. If we're going to have, you know, these kind of changes of use on people's properties, I think we need to really take an effort to educate the citizens. We, you know, West Bank has an award-winning leak detection system, which has been a huge improvement and benefiting our soil stability. So I would like to see some effort on that final piece of where we're actually talking to citizens and explaining to them why this is happening, why the hazard lands are, so we can all collectively work together and help mitigate some of that risk. But overall, thanks so much for doing the report. It was a lot to go through. It was a long project. So I'm happy to proceed to public hearing. And just the citizens that are listening, you know, there's still the opportunity to apply for a variance permit, get the geotech done if that pool is necessarily something you want in your yard. But I think overall we're moving in the right direction, especially in light of what we've seen out in Princeton, the Fraser Valley and such. So thanks for your work.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or discussion on this? Seeing no hands. Again, this is a rural vote, and this is for just the first portion of that recommendation, right? It's recommendation to the board on those changes. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Director Gettens, do you want to move the holding of the public hearing portion as well?
Thank you.
Moving that. Thank you. Seconder? Perfect. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, this is the corporate part of the vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on. D7, Environmentally Sensitive Development Permit Area Review, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We have a provision in our official community plans of policy whereby we have environmentally sensitive development permit areas that have been applied throughout the regional district. And we've been using this now, these development permits, for a number of years. And they apply at all stages. So whether it's subdivision, rezoning, construction, development, whatever, those environmentally sensitive development permit areas are subject to development permit application. What we found is that the development permit is not a very good mechanism for protecting the environment at the construction or the alteration stage. And while we certainly support environmentally sensitive protection of those areas, we don't believe that we're using the most effective tools right now. So the proposal before the board is that we amend the bylaw to make those environmentally sensitive development permits required only at the subdivision or rezoning stage, not at the building permit stage. So that is the proposal, Mr. Chair, and we've got that on for first and second reading. I would be remiss, however, if I did not advise the board that we have received a letter from two ministries at the provincial level and a federal ministry. So Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Forest Lands, Natural Resource Operations, and the Canadian Wildlife Service have filed a letter with the board asking for a 1-year deferral so that we could do a study to determine the most appropriate mechanism for protecting environmentally sensitive areas. So I'll just leave it at that, Mr. Chair. We still have our recommendation to move first and second and then go to public hearing on these.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Knodel has a hand up. Go ahead, please. I believe you're muted, Director Knodel. We can't hear you.
Thank you, sir. We've discussed this a number of times. I think it's probably time to have some input from the public, so I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, so that's for first and second reading.
Correct.
Seconded. Thank you. Any further discussion on it? Director Coyne, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please. And then.
Well, I wanted to second it, and then I would like to speak to it.
It's moved and seconded. Go ahead, Director Coyne.
Okay. So I have a real problem with this. I totally support the motion. I do have a huge issue with the provincial government interfering in this. I do not believe that it is proper that any, when you get a provincial bureaucrat is telling elected officials how to do their job, that really irks me. This has had me, trying to use nice words here, but has had me very upset since I read this letter in November. I consider that that letter was a challenge. The last sentence in that letter that threatened relationships between the regional district and MOE, as I don't think that was very proper of them to write that letter. I personally believe that these two ministries are both totally out of control and do not reflect the desires and the wishes of the people of the province of British Columbia. So I just think that those letters need to be disregarded in making one's decision on this vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Gettens?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a pretty different take on this, actually. I don't support the administrative recommendation. When I looked through all of the feedback, if you remove the voice of Anna Chris Mountain, I don't think we have citizen support. And we don't have support of First Things First, South Okanagan Naturalist Club, CORD, Flinro, SOS Conservation Program. I've heard from a number of biologists that don't support. They're questioning why a biologist wasn't included when we're going to take down a system, but we referred to a biologist when we're building the process up. I think the letter from the province is just expressing their concern. They want to have an effectiveness evaluation of the ESDPs. So I cannot support this. I think that we owe it to hear from a biologist. Our staff have admittedly do not have this expertise in-house, although we used to, but we don't now. And I don't think this is reflective of what citizens are telling me anyways. I think that I can understand where Anarchist is coming from. The mapping there could have been done, I think, a little bit better. Communication back in 2017 could have been done a little bit better. And as I've shared before, I found out that most of our property was in the pink zone when I volunteered at the OCP. And while it felt uncomfortable to think of your land changing without you knowing, it was the right thing. We bought our parcel purposely because we liked what was on the property. And it's a south-facing slope in a gully. And we've had so many people come and say, oh, you should just rip this out and you can put in a vineyard, because would be a great place to put in a vineyard. So I think there's more here than what we're looking at, and I cannot support this, and I can't say no to people wanting to come and share information. And that's 2 letters now we've had from different ministries saying, we want to come and talk to your board. So why wouldn't we take that opportunity to hear from them? So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Director Robinson, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Let me preface my comments by saying that I understand this is a rural vote, so you can disregard my comments if you choose to, but I thought I would weigh in a little bit here. I'm with Director Gettens on this. I think the more information we can get, the better, and I don't see a problem with deferring it as the MOE has suggested, and that is the route I would go if I had a vote on it. Thanks.
Okay. Did I see a hand from Director Obrook? Go ahead, please,
Yes,
Director Obrook.
Thank you to the chair. And I too echo Director Getton's comments and agree with her in everything she just said. That is my experience in our area. This has been reviewed thoroughly at our Advisory Planning Commission more than once. And I was on the commission before I was elected, so I have memory before my term on this board on this issue. I cannot support the motion. I also note that we have a new minister, Osborne, who was Municipal Affairs, who's now the new Minister of Land, Water, Resource Stewardship, Minister responsible for fisheries. And we had a wonderful email of notice from one of our staff that says, and there's a quote from the website, says, the establishment of the Ministry of Land, Water, and Resource Stewardship follows government's commitment on reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, protecting BC's environment, that's what this is about, and building a strong economic recovery that works for people, and I support that idea as well. Osborne will work with First Nations, local communities, I think that means us, and industry to build a vision for land and resource management that will embrace shared decision-making. I think shared decision-making is a key point on the land base, and to build certainty and create further opportunity for everyone. This is a big deal, and I have spoken to people in Upper Carmi, very similar to anarchists. They're not against having environmental protection. They need a tweak, a Goldilocks zone, reasonable adjustment on the maps, which is doable. Yeah, it costs money and it's work, but it's doable. We do it once, we do it right, and it'll be there to protect people in the future. We need to clear up confusion on fire smarting. That's not hard. We can fix that. We can do better, and we need to do better. And I know it's frustrating for staff on this one. I hear from community members, I can give example after example after example of the frustration, but I also know this, my community is highly not in favor of this direction. I attended the public information meeting just over a week ago, and it was well attended. It's the best attended public information meeting I've seen since being elected. I was very pleased to see roughly 7 members of our board, maybe an alternate also in attendance. They all heard and saw. People there expressed frustration. One man said, in disappointment in a question about inattentiveness of one of our board, is this reflective of our board? And I spoke in response, and I spoke first for myself, and I said, no, I take this serious. I show up, I listen, I hear, and I want you to know that I've listened carefully. And then I said a second answer. I said, I'm going to speak on behalf of the rest of my board. I believe every one of them takes this serious. They listen, they care. And so, no, I mean, when you hear that kind of frustration from community, that's pretty serious. And so I said, no, I think this board does listen, does want to deal with it. When we get requests for a postponement by not 1, 2, 3 different ministries, 2 different levels of government, a new ministry coming online, and that's not talking about other groups who may have interest. I'm going to say one final thing, and my community my community is an example of what goes wrong when we don't have good consideration to this issue. We didn't have rules that could stop the blasting on vintage views. I spoke with the landscape engineer architect who did the original design on Heritage Hills Phase 1, Phase 2. If you go up there, the work is brilliant. And he told me this in 2014. He said, to do it right, you walk the hillside, you respect the tree, you respect the rock, you respect the mountain, you respect the wildlife, you respect the environment, and you choose the building sites carefully, you draw the lots, and you put the road through aesthetically beautifully, up and down and curving. He says it's aesthetically pleasing, you work together with the environment, humans and environment can coexist, and it's a beautiful outcome. And he said, you know, you can do that with a golf course as well. And he said this, he said he was excited about his vision for Vintage Views. And he asked me, he said, what's it like? Are they doing something? I said, yes. And I said, you would be heartbroken. It got blasted, it got demolished. We have subdivision approval up there done in a manner that, I mean, I had a fellow from Modi there on June 24, 2014 from Modi, and Mark Woods was there that day as the acting CAO. Bill was getting hip replacement surgery. And the man from Modi looked up at what he saw and he said these words. He said, you'd think, he says, I'm not an engineer, but that just don't look right to me. You would think, he said, there's a government agency somewhere that could stop that kind of thing from happening. Modi said that to me on site. And I said, gee, I bit my tongue. And I said, good question. And Mark was there, and Mark might remember if he was here. I said, gosh, there is such a government department. It's you, Modi, subdivision approval, Bill Sparks. He said, oh, that doesn't work. That's just a rubber stamp. It's the RDOS who said whatever. And Mark is standing there. And I said, gosh, better is possible. Our community would like better. But I'll tell you, the damage done to that hillside is permanent. I heard from Caledon residents for years how bad it was. I've talked to people in Upper Carmi, the same concerns in Upper Carmi. They don't even know how awful the view from Caledon is. I've sat on the beach in Caledon with family members who didn't realize they're looking across the lake at my neighborhood. You know, people from Victoria, you know, the good kind of people, the ones from Victoria. And they said, what is that? That's terrible. It's ugly. It's awful. Well, it's not just that it's ugly and it's awful. It is permanent damage to the environment. So I too am not going to support the motion, but I wanted to share those words. I want to thank everybody for listening, because this is us. This is who we're impacting, and the feedback in my community, very different from what I'm hearing from other communities. So I find the discussion fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Olbrich. Before I go to Director Knodel, I will put my 2 bits worth in here. And I'd like to thank Director Olbrich for making the point for me. The fact is this motion that's proposed here would actually put more teeth in the subdivision and portion of the environmental assessments, where it should be, rather than on the individual homeowner. That's the whole point. It would make a difference for those subdivisions and rezonings. And that's the intent of this. So I appreciate that. The second point I will make is that, and I do know that the minister wrote those letters, or the ministries input those letters to the board. But in all reality, nothing's going to happen within a year's time. You just need to think about 8 years ago, the ombudsman asked the province to review the watercourse development permits and the riparian area stuff. To date, 8 years later, nothing has happened. If we try to wait for the province, nothing will happen. If we go to this stage, it might actually start a fire under them to review this, rather than just, by 12 months' time. Nothing will happen by deferring it for a year. If they couldn't deal with the riparian area regs, this isn't going to be any different. Director Knodel.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Chair. I agree with you, and that Director Olbrich has actually made the case for us. In listening to Mr. Garish and his presentations, and during that meeting, accepting a number of calls from my citizens, my people I represent, the point was being made that we have a piece of legislation that isn't doing the job that it's supposed to do, and that's creating even more of a problem. This legislation is ineffectual and needs to be changed to work, and it's not going to be a simple matter of putting a Band-Aid on it. It has to be rewritten in a different way. So right now it's not creating any protections. As a matter of fact, I think it's removing protections and making them basically purchasable, or making developments purchasable as opposed to adding protections to the environment. So I think it's time to move this ahead and get a more serious discussion on how we actually create protections in a different format. Thank you.
Director Olbrich, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. And I am mindful of the comments made by the chair. I've heard them before, and I want to stress, I'm not disagreeing with the what. I think we're all in agreement that it needs to be better. And I agree it needs to be better. It is not working, and that is a problem, and I agree on that. My concern is the how. And I just don't agree that this is going to work either. That's the problem I'm having. I think there is a better. I just don't think this is it. When we look at what is allowed when we follow this course, I think you're going to see some real bad stuff occur, irreparable harm to the environment, and then we're going to be on a whipsaw reaction again because we've oversteered and overcorrected. I don't think this is an easy task, but I do believe that we can do better. Absolutely, 100%. And that's what I'm supporting, is doing better protection. I think the chair agrees with me, and it sounds like Director Knodel agrees with me that better is what we require. I'm just suggesting we need to do better in the how as well. And I think that's important. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Director Holmes and then Director Gettins.
Thank you. So again, this is a roll vote, but I think the environment is a regional concern, so I have my views. I attended the public information meeting as well, and I think the agenda item where it says the ESDP review is a bit misleading, because it was pointed out at that public information meeting, if this was a review, why weren't stakeholders being consulted? Why weren't biologists and QEPs being consulted? And Mr. Garish, who handled the meeting very well, made it clear that this wasn't a review, that this was that staff were responding to a notice, a motion that was brought forward by the board, and that's what the direction from the board that was given to him. So, we haven't reviewed it really, and at the public information meeting, we were given examples. The public was given examples where the ESDPs weren't working, but as was noted, there weren't any examples of where it is working, and so it was kind of cherry picking in a little bit, and these kind of decision-based evidence, that doesn't lead to evidence-based decisions. So I think if the province has concerns as expressed in their letter, and they're asking to meet with us to discuss those concerns, I think we have a certain responsibility to take them up on that offer and listen to hear what they have to say. And then maybe, then we can make our decision. But I don't think you can just write off two ministries who normally don't really work very well together. And on this one, they are working together and they do have concerns. I think we have to meet with them. We have to take them up on their offer before we go any further. That's my view.
Okay, Director Gettens.
Thanks to the chair. I just also wanted to just respectfully remind the board that we had an administrative report on May 19th of 2019 that came, and it was supportive of the process. The report said that there was reducing impacts to sensitive ecosystems. It was supporting our vision sentence, but it also listed a number of improvements. But we've never been able to implement those improvements to see if it made a difference. So I think that's one thing that I'd like to say, that there was no one's saying this is perfect. There's improvements, but we haven't given it a chance. Chia, this morning we just heard from Ms. Halliday, who is an expert in her field, so this board could ask questions of her. And I thought that was really valuable. So I think we should extend that courtesy when it comes to the environment and to getting biologists here. And if we have these ministries, and if it will take longer than a year, then we do have local experts that we could, again, invite to the table so we can ask questions. I think the environment deserves the same respect as that. So that will be my final comment on it. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, Director Kozakovich? I see a hand from you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I'm respectful of both sides, and you know, the letter that came in is requesting a year. If they want to speak with us about this, I'd be happy to see this maybe be deferred for 3 months while we expect to have some interaction with them. But a year, you know, tacking on another year, I think is too long. If this is important to them, then let's reach out and ask them to have a meeting with us and give a timeline of maybe 3 months for that to occur. Thank you.
Okay, good suggestion. I will just ask the CAO if he could maybe give us a brief update. I know that you and some of staff met with these ministries recently. Could you give us a brief update on what happened in that meeting?
I think we had 2 of the 3. One of the participants was called away, but generally what they were saying is that they're in favor of protecting environmentally sensitive areas, which we all are. And we had a back and forth as to the concept versus the practicality. So from our point of view, they haven't given us the tools to enforce the environmentally sensitive development permits. We have no mechanism to enforce other than going to for injunction. We can't find people that are in contravention. We don't have any hooks really other than court injunction. So that's cumbersome. And secondly, while the perception of protecting the environment is good, practically, my understanding is what happens is that we've slapped these pink areas pretty well over the whole regional district, and that what's required is a property owner would get a QEP to come in. We can't stop people from building on the lot. That's not practical. So they're required to get a QEP. The QEP comes in, basically tells them where the environmentally sensitive areas are, provides a report that says, well, if they 3 Hail Marys and that sort of thing, here's what they can do to mitigate it. But nevertheless, they get their permit to go ahead and build. It just costs them thousands of dollars to do it, which in our mind isn't protecting the environment. That it should be more done at the subdivision stage when that specific mapping perhaps could be done better so that it would actually be enforceable. But I think that's it generally, Mr. Chair. The province said they might be able to find some money to do a study, but they couldn't commit at the time. And to tell you the truth, I'm not sure when the rubber hits the road what that study would actually do as far as the tools that we have available to enforce this. So it was a good discussion, and perhaps the board could get more information out of them if they did have them in public, but that was basically it.
I'll go to Director Knodel first and then Director Olbrich.
Thank you to the chair. I might just remind the members here that this is, one of these is the same ministry that they're somewhat in Victoria disconnected from the absolute areas here. One of these ministries demanded a fish study on the welfare of how the fish were doing in a creek that had been dry for almost a year. So, you know, it like, really, where are you going with this? They're not really on the page with the area. Thank you.
Okay, Director Obrook.
Yes, thank you to the chair, and I'm going to hit about 5 points real fast. And Director Knodel, you don't have to convince me that levels of government have made mistakes before, even this one. I'll tell you, at the Christie Memorial Beach, we had the federal Department of Environment and the provincial departments of Forest Lands, Natural Resources take what I think was a mistaken approach on the Aster and did tremendous harm to our community. I've seen the same thing at Vassal Lake when it comes to milfoil. I can give examples. I've talked with Dr. Anna Warwick-Sears, who told me on April 26, 2019, before she went to Ottawa to meet with 3 or 4 ministries. She said to me, Ron, she said, I'm a biologist. I don't believe in killing anything, but we have to kill the milfoil. If we don't, it will wreck all life in that lake. But these are proving Director Knodel's point, and so his point's not lost on me. Now, that's not the right reason to do the wrong thing now. The right thing now is, as Director Holmes has suggested, and that is to work together. To the CAO's comments on enforcement, I listened at previous board meetings, and I listened to Chris Garish in answer to questions and comments made on Tuesday, 2 Tuesdays ago. What I'm hearing, and I'm quite possibly wrong, but what I'm hearing is we say our legal advisors, and this is at the local level elsewhere, say we don't have the authority to do fines and enforcement, and the ministry says you do. Well, my answer to that is we amend our bylaw according to ministry advice. My experience, most people are going to comply, and if they don't, they'll pay the fine. If somebody wants to spend the money, and trust me, to go to the Supreme Court on this, probably over $1 million to get this reviewed, and I'm not sure the ministry's wrong, but let's pretend they are. If the ministry is wrong, that puts us in a powerful position, because now we go back to ministry and say, hey, you were wrong. The Supreme Court of Canada said so. So give us the tool we need, but that's a way forward on enforcement. I would suggest we listen to ministry on enforcement and take their advice and give it a whirl, and then we can't say we don't have the tool, because we would have it. When it comes to third point, the chair made reference to the Ombudsperson's report of 2014. It had 25 recommendations with respect to problems in the professional reliance model. And Mr. Garish has shared reports with me. I forget the name, but it's another report that came after that. This is serious stuff. It's complicated. It's not simple. Keeping it simple doesn't work because it's not simple. When you do the work, when you analyze the opportunity to do better, and really I think that's what we're on agreement. We all agree with the what. We all think it's important to protect the environment. We're quite frankly not doing the best job with our first effort. And so I heard this said many times at that public meeting, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I think that's not bad counsel. If we find a way forward, and I think we can, to do better, and I've talked to lots of people in our community, some of them are very learned professionals in this area. They do believe better is possible, the balance can be found. We need better, not worse. We need better, not worse. I think this is headed possibly in a worse direction. That's why I'm opposed to the current motion. And finally, point number 5, I agree with Director Kazakovich. If she wants to make a motion, I think a 3-month postponement, deferral, bring these ministries to the board, put the question to them, ask for a commitment, a show of good faith. I know for a fact that they're going to have a hard time delivering. I think that's what our chair is suggesting. And I know for a fact we're going to have a hard time delivering because we don't have the capacity either as an organization. We can't do the work we have now. We don't have the budget. We have all the reasons why we can't do better. I get that. I think we need to do better. Different point. And how do we do better? I think what we do is we follow Director Kozakovich's suggestion. We do a deferral. We follow the CAO's suggestion. We invite them to come here. And then we try together to work together instead of fighting. I don't want to fight with our partners in government, none of them. I don't like that approach. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on this or direction? Director Knodel, see a hand?
Yeah, just if we go ahead with this, the public information portion of it doesn't etch this in stone, but it may light a fire under the ministry to come forward and have the two ministries to come forward and have a meaningful discussion with us if we keep our march forward. There's still lots of time to alter direction, so possibly this is a way to get things expedited.
Okay, good thought. Quickly, Director
Thank you to the
Olbrich.
chair, and I'll be very quick as I respond, and thank you for the permission to respond quickly. I appreciate that very much. To Director Knodel, now my thought process has been interrupted by the direction to be quick. I want to say to Director Knodel in response, the fire's been lit. There's 3 letters, there's invitations, there's public information. Status holders and experts are saying, let's work together. That's a fire worth responding to. So if you want to light fires, there's one that we have lit already. So let's act accordingly. I don't think we need to light more fires. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? We do have a motion on the floor, and this is to send it to first and second reading. Director Kozakovich? Go ahead.
Thank you. I understand both points of view, Director Olbrich in agreeing with a potential delay to light a fire. Director Knodel, if we move this, yes, it lights a fire as well. We've been at this a long time, and as I think Director Gettins pointed out earlier, we have more letters against us making this change. But I also feel that many of our citizens are not aware of the fact that most of the regional district is covered in a pink zone, and you can ultimately get a qualified environmental professional to sign off on what you want to do. If one won't, you go to another one, and eventually you get one that signs off. So, and it is costing our citizens money to just work around the system. So the system isn't working. All of that being said, I don't feel that we're in a huge rush, and I would be comfortable making a motion that we defer for 3 months and request that the ministries that have written to us have a meeting specifically with us on this issue and what their solution is to this problem that we're dealing with. And if that doesn't work, then this can come back and we can move forward with these public hearings.
Motion to defer for 3 months to set up a meeting with the ministries. Seconded, I'm assuming. Okay, Director Gettins is seconded. No discussion on deferral, so I will call the question. All those in favor of deferral? This would be a rural vote, as it's a rural issue.
It's a corporate vote. Sorry,
Corporate?
Chair. It is
Sure.
anytime that you're deferring a matter, it's a corporate vote.
Okay, perfect. That's what we needed to know. Thank you. So it's a corporate vote. All those in favor of deferral? Okay, thank you. Hands can come down. Any opposed? Director Coyne and Knodel opposed. Okay. Motion carries. We move on to item removed from the consent agenda. I believe it was A21, CAO. I'll go to you. The item from Area C.
Got it, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so this is an application for a development variance permit for a front yard setback from 7.5 meters to 2.5 meters. And it's for replacement for a carport that's attached to a principal dwelling at Orchard Grove Lane. We're recommending that that be approved.
Okay, I'll go to Director Knodel.
I'm going to ask that that gets moved to the APC, please.
Okay, you're wanting to send it to the APC. Moved and seconded, I'm assuming, Director Kozakovich. Thank you. Discussion? I don't believe I'm missing any hands here, so we'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to finance. Item E1, CAO. This is the channel maintenance.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So we've had a proposal from the Penticton Indian Band to enter into a tripartite agreement with the Indian Band and the city of Penticton for maintenance of the channel trail between Wrights Beach and the Okanagan Lake Dam, Mr. Chair. It's similar to an agreement that we had back between 2013 and 2018. And what this one proposes is that the Penticton Indian Band provide the maintenance services and really the sort of the bylaw enforcement services with their guardians that would go up and down the channel trail, and that it would be the city of Penticton and the regional district that would pay for the annual maintenance fee, which is estimated at $110,000, and that if there was anything as far as a capital improvement, that would be something that would come back to each of the parties to determine if they wanted to fund it or not. And we are recommending that we proceed with this, Mr. Chair.
So looking for direction from the board on this. Go to Director Robinson. You moving it?
Yes, I'd move the motion. Thank you.
Okay, moved, seconded. Any discussion on this?
Actually, I just have a question.
Go ahead, Director Gettens.
Thank you. I just have a question, Chair, around if there's any money needed for maintenance. Is there a line item or a budget set aside for not just like tidying up, but there's repairs that need to be done on that channel? So is there a budget for that?
I don't believe so, but I'll check with the CAO on that.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't catch Director Gettens' point.
She was, the question was asked if there's a budget for any maintenance items on this at this stage.
It would come out of the trail service, the Parks Trail Service, which is a regional program. And we did then, after previous discussion, add $55,000 into the trail budget. Or I believe Mr. Zafino was bringing that for an amendment at third to add that in.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, questions? Seeing no hands, again, this is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Directors Bush, Bauer, and Knodel opposed. Motion carries. Brings us down to the 5-year financial plan, CAO.
So we currently have the 2022-2026 financial plan sitting at second reading, Mr. Chair, and it's ready to come forward for third. So we're recommending that it be put on the floor for third, and then Mr. Zafino has a presentation for some proposed amendments at third reading. And then if the amendment gets approved, the motion could come back for adoption for approval at third as amended, and then on for adoption. But we need the budget on for third reading first, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we got a direction from the board on this? Someone willing to put it to third? Moved, seconded, thank you. Did Mr. Zafino wanted to make a presentation on the potential amendments and whatnot then?
Yes, I do. And thank you, Chair and the directors. I have two presentations, one that focuses on the amendments and one that focuses directly, a short one that focuses on the budget. There is a large number. There is a large number of amendments, mostly because of COVID. earlier in the committee meetings, you saw the COVID reconciliation. So we were able to determine which funds can be carried over. So there is 40 of the changes are directly related to COVID. 28 of the changes are related to the carry forwards and adjustments. Because we're further into the year, staff was better able to determine the actual amount of carry forward that is required, or if there's any projects that thought that would be finished by December and were not. So with that, I just got a PowerPoint presentation here.
Okay.
And
we can see it. It's up.
Yes, that's step one. Now let's see if I can get step two going. See it larger. And he gave me a trick, and I'm going to try it.
Go ahead.
Yes. No. And hope this worked. Okay, so with this presentation, again, as I stated, it's specifically focusing on the amendments and the changes. This is the tax requisition as stated at second reading. And just to remind you that this is the official one until the amendments are accepted. So this is at the municipal and the Penticton Indian Band level. And this is the tax requisition at the electoral area level. The changes, as I stated, that we're going to be discussing is, as stated, 40 are the carry forwards, 28 at the bottom are COVID and then carry forward. The rest of them are minor ones, which the directors have asked for, or staff has added some expenses. And you briefly discussed about the trail, and that's one of them here. So this would be the tax requisition if the tax recommendations or the amendments are made. Now, later on, we'll be discussing, there's some late changes that were made after this presentation was made, and I'll be asking the directors to speak to each one of those. So the amendments which are being requested only affect specific electoral areas, except for electoral area F, which does not have any change in the tax requisition. It's just a transfer of reserves from capital to operating. The town of Vesuvius benefits from electoral area A request that you'll see later, and I'll explain what that's all about. This would be, I've included this. This would be the tax requisition if those extra 4 changes that you have not seen yet are accepted. Those in yellow are where the effects are made. And I just wanted to show that before I start asking for the approval on the amendments. So effective budget, okay, if the amendments requested are approved, the following pages will be changed. So page 13 for community parks would change from 37 tax requisition to 34,000. Page 15 would change from 120 to, that's the one I was stated, sorry, that wouldn't change at all. That's because it's just a change of reserves. This one, page 37, the tax requisition would drop from 452 to 428. The electoral area, the Recreation Commission, Okanagan Falls, also dropped slightly. Page 44, this is the last one for the electoral area A, drops. And this would be, you know what? This would be if at the end of the day, all of those changes are accepted, and this will be the final recommendation for you to adopt once the amendments are made. And now I will be doing the amendments next.
Is there any questions on the potential changes or discussion needed?
Is it still going?
I
think he's going to continue.
Danny, did it change yet?
No.
Nothing. Go ahead. Continue.
Share. Okay, so share. Is the new one up? Does this one? Are you reading the one that says reading and adoption consideration for third reading?
Yes.
Okay.
We have that one up.
Okay. Mhm.
Whoa.
Okay. Still trying to get
Jumping.
it's sorry, it's having trouble with my computer. Danny, you got my backup. Can you see if you can bring it up? I'm trying to do this.
All we see is a tent right now.
I gotta get rid of that. It's not my tent.
Oh, okay, you're not camping out on us.
I think he's
Ah.
with a satellite.
Okay, so this is the consideration for amendments to the budget after second reading. So this is what I was trying to bring up. Danny, you got control of this? Okay, so Schedule D1 that you received a large budget work package. It's over 800 pages. Try to be as transparent and detailed as possible. Page D1 is the section that identifies the amendments. The amendments are not official until the board authorizes the changes. So after authorization, the changes become part of the budget and are included for third reading. So as I stated earlier, this would be the tax requisition if third reading is accepted. This is before the requests are approved. So this was at second reading, and this is the official one until you change and it's, I'm flying now. Okay, so Danny, go to the next one. This is the tax requisition if the amendments are all accepted. There are, as I stated, approximately 4 ones that came in after this was presented, and the directors requested if I would review their budget, and they made recommendations on where they can fine-tune their tax requisition. Next, Danny. This is what I showed in the other slides. 40 are COVID, 28 are carry forward adjustments. There are some smaller ones. They only affect the electoral areas that made the requests. On the COVID ones, there's no tax implications because it is funded from provincial government, and it's on the revenue and expense side. On the carry forward and adjustments, they are on the capital side, and the capital side does not affect any of the taxes. Next time. These are the changes, requests, and I'll just go over as I did in the previous meeting, where we can go just one at a time and just discuss what they are all about. So with number one is safety equipment funding from COVID. So I should state the first 40 are COVID. All they are is the carry forwards. If the board likes to hear each one of the first 40, or the board would like just to approve the 40 as a package.
I'll just ask, is there a desire to go through each one, or are we comfortable enough to move ahead?
I'm fine. Yeah.
I think by consensus, it's looking like we're comfortable with those 40, Jim, so go ahead.
The largest number in the first 40 is really the capital lease that we've got with 176 Main Street. The rest of them are carry forwards, which the majority of the fire departments could use. So if we just go to the next one, would be 41. 41 is Economic Development Area D. It was a request by the director, and that request was to actually increase the operational costs from 25,000 to 7,000. And ultimately, it started as a staff request, went to the director, and the director approached me to increase that budget. Fire protection for OK Falls, the director asked to increase the honorarium from the original 149,600 to 10,400 more. So the actual budget increased to $160,000, and that only affects the Area D tax requisition.
Okay.
40. So does the board just want me to read them all like this, or vote on them as I finish each slide?
I think just go through them, and if there's an issue, so they can catch my attention, and we'll discuss it then.
Okay, so this is number 43 is a request from staff, and ultimately from the directors It's a siting analysis contract for $25,000. That does affect the tax requisition overall. The next one is the one that the trails that we were discussing earlier, the board was discussing earlier. That's a $55,000 request. It's charged to trail maintenance. Number 45, that's you'll see that's a large one. That is essentially the carry forward changes from the IT department. So the IT department had a large number of capital requests last year that, because of late deliveries or just deliveries that never came but they were ordered, the liability is still there. The equipment is still needed. So there's a carry forward that was requested, and that carry forward is just a transfer from surplus to reserves. So it does not affect taxes any more than it did in the second reading.
Okay, I see a hand from Director Bush. Go ahead, Director Bush.
Yeah, thanks. I was wondering did we ever finalize what we're going to do with the mosquito program? We talked about doing a shared service with everybody, but I don't know if we ever finalized it. So
No, we didn't. I think we made some changes to it, but maybe Mr. Zaffino can refresh our memory there.
As far as I am aware for this budget, I didn't see any changes made at this point. I'll leave that. I'll refer to the CAO on that.
CAO?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So when we discussed, because we're changing the funding mechanism for mosquito control, the cost allocation part, that requires change to the establishment bylaw, which is not possible to get done before 2022 budget. So I believe Ms. Bloomfield is just waiting for budget to clear this year so she doesn't confuse everybody. And then she'll bring that back into committee for further discussion on how we want to proceed so we can get ready for 2023.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Zaffino.
Thank you. Number 46 is the capital lift station upgrade. What this is just it's a new carry forward that wasn't anticipated and added to 2022 budget. Again, it's not a tax increase because it's a capital and it's all funded from reserves. Missoula, number 47, Missoula Lake water system. That is actually a decrease in the carry forward. So less money was required, more work was done from anticipated. Olala, that was actually an increase in it's a carry forward again because it's a capital, no tax increase. The number 49 is West Bench, very similar, just an additional cost for carry forward that wasn't anticipated in prior budgets. Carry forward expense for number 50. So that one there is Campbell Mountain Beach Management, and it's carry forward. And what it is, it's an adjustment. So where it was 125,000 carry forward, added more. So that is a more accurate reflection. And one of the reasons, the longer we wait, the farther into the year that we go where the budget is reviewed, the more accurate these carry forwards are, so that we can take a look, and if we need more reserves, actually analyze it at that point, or if we need less, the reserves will be available for other projects. Number 51, Palala. That is an increase, another carry forward for the project that didn't occur. And contracts for number 52 for 911. I actually got an email that showed the actual amount of the contract. So that's actually a reduction in the tax. The next section, is, what I did is just so that I didn't have a double, because for each one that just changed, there's a funding, and then there's the revenue side and expense side. So I just showed what the second reading was at for the carry forwards and what the revised ones were. It's very detailed. There are some changes, and the revised section is in the capital section. So again, no tax increase, but it reflects a more accurate picture of the budget and what's needed to fund the 2022 budget. The number 74, which we jumped from 53 to 74, is a rural project. So this is the taking over of the Okanagan Falls Irrigation District. There is a cost. However, you'll see there it's on there twice. It's not affecting any taxes, including Area D, because it's being funded through different areas. So that, I just had that in there because it's an expense that is going to be incurred in 2022, and we needed to have it so that we see the proper picture. Area G for the rural projects. Director asked to determine what the growth factor was and what the growth factor determined in dollars, and transfer the dollars to a future reserve. And that's one thing that a lot of municipalities do, and regional districts. I would hope that they would do it more often, and eventually it would grow into be more popular. The non-market growth that I keep talking about can be used to transfer to reserves, can be used to fund services, or can be used to reduce taxes. And that's at the discretion of the director, and for municipalities at the discretion of councillors. So the director for Area G wanted to put it for future use for 16.5, and that's the change there. So the next section, well, that went faster than I thought. The next section talks about the changes that were made after the budget was distributed. And I just wanted to show what the consequences are. If the next slide will show in yellow what the changes are. So what I've got is on the far right is as presented. If all the amendments are requested, that's what it would be. On the left, it would be what it would be. And again, just to emphasize, it only affects the areas that the directors were requested to change. So, and I'm just going to discuss these. And what I would like is I'll just ask each director to, if they want to comment on this, and I'll speak to it first, and the director for each area, I can refer to them if that's okay, because again, these came from them, and we just try to meet their needs where we can. So number 77. So number 77 is for the Naramata electoral area E section. There's an area in the operating budget that can be on paper can be capital, but threshold does not meet the capital requirement, so it's not on the capital side. So for instance, discussions were called park improvements, not park maintenance, but park improvements. That, while it doesn't meet the threshold for the asset side, it does meet the threshold for being funded from gas tax. So in this one here, the community work gas tax is being asked to fund parks improvement. So that's 23,902. And if the director can just verify that this is what the request was, and if she wants to speak to it, it does drop her tax requisition.
Sure. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, just wanted to bring tax amount down. So look to use more of gas tax funds for our upcoming park improvement projects, specifically with Wharf Park. We've got irrigation and for us to put down, plus new washrooms and many other improvements to the park. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Mr. Zaffino.
Apologize for the phone. The next one is both of them are electoral area A. The number 78 is similar to the electoral area E for Naramata. Again, it's park improvements. It's not that much, but it does qualify for gas tax funding. The number 79, which is also electoral area A, is the use of gas funds for the Osoyoos Arena. So in this one here, there is a capital project. It's the Osoyoos capital side. It does qualify for gas tax funding. One thing that I just want to point out here, that the town of Osoyoos actually gets more of a benefit for doing this, but the director authorized and requested this. And if I can ask the chair if you want to speak to this.
Just that it's an effort to reduce the tax burden to the residents as well, both for the parks and in regards to the capital works at the arena.
And just want to speak about electoral area A actually had the largest assessment increase, and a larger portion of the burden was transferred over to electoral area A. So it was harder for the director to change it, but he did. So number 80 And so number 80 was requested by the director, and it was to transfer so this one here is a transfer from capital reserve to operating. And it's just so that the director has more flexibility. So that it hasn't happened yet where the transfer was official in the capital budget. Technically, if a reserve has been adopted, and she could not do this, but because it hasn't happened yet, she can transfer the reserves from capital operating. And again, it's more flexible, like I stated earlier. So if I can ask the director if she wants to talk about this.
Director Gettens?
No, it's good. Yeah.
She's comfortable with that change.
Okay. And finally, the last one is OK Falls. It's a request for again, similar to the electoral areas that are funding park improvements. It doesn't meet the threshold on the capital side because it's a number of improvements. And so this is funded from gas tax, and the director requested that this happen to reduce the taxes. And I can ask the director to speak to this.
Director Obrecht, you're comfortable with that, or do you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, and I'm comfortable. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So with that, believe it or not, with all the changes, it's done, and it goes to there's an administrative recommendation that goes with the budget workshop. I do thank the CAO and the managers that were an integral part of this. And I also want to thank the directors who were awesome. The cooperation that I received and was phenomenal. I don't want to apologize for the 800 pages because I think it's more transparent, and I think that the way that it's been working has been working. And one of the things that will change is the board asked me to do a administration review, and I will be using as a comparison the 2022 budget. But with that, there is an administration report, and I'll pass that back to the CAO for your discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Safino. CAO?
So we need somebody to move the amendment to include Schedule D1, Mr. Chair.
Okay, it's moved. A seconder for that. Thank you, Director Bush. So now we should vote on the amendment, but first, is there any discussion on that? Is everybody comfortable with these amendments? Director Gettens?
It's just a quick thank you to Jim. It's been really nice to have the same financial officer 2 years in a row, because that was really great to have the same system. Very easy to work with, super easy, really responsive, and I just thought his efforts to have great communication with citizens was fantastic. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I would echo that as well. Mr. Safino was a joy to work with in this budget. Okay, I will call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? I don't believe I'm seeing any hands, so the amendment is carried. So that brings us to third reading as amended. Any discussion on that? Director Robinson?
I was just going to move the motion.
Okay, you're moving it as third as amended. Thank you, Director Bauer, seconding. Discussion? Director Obrecht?
Yes, and thank you to the chair. I just want to echo what Director Gettens and Pendergraff has said about Mr. Safino. I had so much good help, the community, the efforts made on the public engagement, and I just want to praise him and thank him. And I want to emphasize that what I'm about to say is no reflection upon him. I think he did an amazing, good job. Unfortunately, I have not been able to receive answers to questions necessary for me to be able to support key elements of the budget for my area. I think maybe it was possible, savings were possible, but I could not get answers. And for that reason, I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or discussion on this? So for third reading as amended, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Just checking, just Director Obrick opposed, so the motion is carried. And I'm assuming we want to adopt this today. So a motion to adopt, moved?
No, sorry, question.
Question, go ahead, Director Monteith.
To the chair, is there not an opportunity for the director to have those amendments made now before it's adopted?
He wasn't after amendments, he was after some answers to some questions, but
that could happen before it was adopted.
he could still get the questions after the fact too. So.
But if it could reduce his taxes, then this would be the time.
Yes, I agree with that, but
I think the clock has run out. My questions began in April.
Yeah.
This is not
it's not a quick fix.
This is not a one-day process. I wish, but it is what it is. I understand that.
Okay, so a motion to adopt this. Are we going there, Director Bauer? I'm moving it. Thank you, Director Robinson seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no hands, all those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Director Obrick, the motion carries. Thank you for that. And again, thank you, Mr. Safino, for all your efforts on that and all the staff that worked with you on it as well.
Thank you.
Legislative Services, CAO, Fees and Charges Bylaw.
So the fees and charges bylaw is a corollary document to the budget, Mr. Chair. So the changes that have been made to increase revenue from fees and charges in the budget need to be reflected in this bylaw. So we've had this at committee previously for discussion, Mr. Chair. So what we're looking for is 3 readings on this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Director Robinson, I'm assuming you're moving it?
Moved. Yep.
Moved. Seconder, thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. Corporate vote, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to F2, Electoral Area Grant and Aid Policy Amendments, CAO.
We had this at committee on February 17th, Mr. Chair, and committee made a recommendation for some amendments to the policy, but because it's a policy, it can't come forward under consent. It's coming forward separately. So we're recommending that those amendments be adopted.
Okay, thank you. Direction on this?
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Director Monteith is moved, seconded. Thank you. Discussion? Just got to look around to see if I see any hands. Not thinking I'm missing any, so call the question. Again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, folks. No items from the corporate issues consent, so down to CAO reports. Mr. CAO.
Nothing new for me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to other business. Chair's report. The only thing new for myself to report would be attending several of the public information centers, or information meetings, get that worded right yet, particularly the one with the commissions, recreation commissions last night was reasonably well attended, and I think was some information given to folks that they seem to be needing to hear or were interested in learning about, so that was a good thing. Down to director's motions. We had one motion from Director Roberts. Are you ready to move that forward, Director Cottrell?
I don't believe I can because it's a conflict.
Okay, so we want to just, would you make a motion to refer that until Director Roberts comes back? Okay, you'll move it, referred to the next meeting. He's in attendance. Perfect. A seconder for that. Thank you. Don't think we need to discuss that. I'll call for a question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Verbal updates. Anybody have any verbal updates from their area or municipality that they'd like to make today? Go ahead, Director Olbrich.
Thank you to the chair. Area D has had 5 open houses in the last 2 weeks. Well attended, fascinating feedback from community, a hunger for information, a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation, which is always interesting to listen to. And the consultants have done an excellent job in providing good information. The process continues this Saturday, March 5th. There will be a panel discussion. We will have a mayor from Clearwater and former mayor from West Kelowna on the panel, the CAO from Barrier, and then Paul Demonet, the electoral area director from Blind Bay Sorrento. That was on the news this morning. They're going likely into referendum next month, so they're ahead of us on process. But again, for anyone who's interested, it's online. You can join and watch. I noticed in those 5 public meetings, there was more than one of the directors joining in, and so thank you very much for your interest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Director Olbrich. Any other announcements anybody wants to make? Director Coyne first, and then Director Holmes. Go ahead, Director Coyne.
Yeah, so you can hear from my little rant a few minutes or a little while ago there that I'm pretty damn frustrated with what's going on with the province and our situation over here. We're still waiting and pleading for some sort of a public announcement, or at least a blurb as to where MOE and Flinro plan on going with our river system. We were given a tentative timeline of possibly next week that we may get something from the province on where they're going. Otherwise, it'll be sometime in April. And as you all know, it's starting to warm up outside and the snow is starting to melt. We've had a lot of melt in the lower part of the valley in the last few days, and people are getting incredibly nervous over here, especially the people up in the Tulameen area and people east of town that live along the river. So the tensions are very, very high over here, and we don't seem to be getting too far too fast. So I apologize if I offended anybody in my little rant, but tensions are at the absolute max over here, and it's time that somebody stood up and said something. So anyways, that's my thing for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Coyne. Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. Not sure if everybody heard, but Summerland Council last week approved a feasibility study that's being completed and site location for a new rec center, that a new swimming pool that will be built. We're hoped to be building. We'll go to referendum next year, and the rest of this year we'll be doing the architectural drawings and everything like that, and trying to find grant funding if possible. But this is a pretty major project for Summerland and the region, I think. Something that our council's been working on all this term, and it's kind of a big flagship project for us. So it's exciting news.
It is. Thank you for that. Any other? Director Coyne Sr., again, waving. Go ahead.
Yeah, you got to say some good things too in life, right? And I would really like to congratulate Ministry of Transportation and AIM Roads on the work that they've been doing out here. They have had an incredible uphill battle to get all their permitting and all the things in order. But the contractor that AIM has over here doing the restoration of our roads, he had 64 projects that he has to get done prior to freshet, and he has done an absolutely amazing job. And kudos out to them and to Highways for making things work for him. So anyways, thank you.
Thanks. Good news is always a good thing every now and then.
Yep.
For sure. Seeing nothing else for announcements, that concludes the board meeting. So looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries and we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your cooperation and patience. Voila.